to closed session items. Are there any cards to speak to closed session items? Okay. Hearing none, we will now adjourn to closed session.
Wouldn't it be hurt if you didn't get it and everyone else did?
Good evening, everybody. I'm calling the meeting to order, please. Thank you. I will now reconvene our meeting, and I will report that we took no action in closed session. And now I will call upon the superintendent to direct us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and now we will go to our district superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavey. Actually, I'm going to reserve my comments until after our board president makes some comments to start our meeting off with this evening.
Thank you. On behalf of the entire Board of Education, I would like to thank our staff and community leaders for their help in dealing quickly and thoughtfully to a situation that unfolded on social media last week. As many of you know, a disruptive and divisive image that was created away from school went viral on Martin Luther King High School campus and within the community. This image made other students feel targeted and marginalized. Themes and images that seek to divide are antithetical to our district and to our community values. To this point, and on behalf of the board, I want to share sincere gratitude to the community leaders who responded to Superintendent Hansen's invitation to meet to reaffirm our shared values of inclusion and tolerance, and the urgent need to communicate that image and message that seek to divide and are counter to the values of our community. Staff has done a wonderful job encouraging a community discussion and response, which led to a meeting that included leaders from African American advocacy groups, City of Riverside leadership, faith-based organizations, Latino advocacy groups, Riverside County Office of Education, fire and police leadership, RUSD African American Parent Advisory Committee, and Parent Teacher Association leadership, as well as the boards. At this time, I would like the superintendent to share his comments. Thank you. Okay. One comment for the district superintendent's report, Ms. Pepper.
Excuse me, I think you call me after he makes his report, because I'm going to comment on his remarks.
No, I can call you up ahead of the report.
No, I comment on his report, so he has to make the report first.
I'm calling you now for your comments on this report.
On the superintendent's report, has he made it yet? Can't comment until he makes the report.
I'm sorry, you don't get to choose.
It's not a choice, that's how it works. That's what they do at the city council, that's what we've done here too. Yeah.
No, I'm calling you up for your comment at this time. Please come.
Go ahead, superintendent, make your comments, then I'll comment. How can I comment on your report until you make it?
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavey. Thank you, Mrs. Alavey, and members of the Board of Education. Last week's events reminds us that we live in a fast-paced social media world where a single message or post can spread themes that are divisive, hurtful, and disruptive. Personally, I wish there was an extra step required before a posting was allowed on an app. A dialog box that asks something like, "Are you sure you want to post this?" Or, "Have you considered the impact this may have upon you and others?" But there isn't. So I believe it is our collective responsibility to teach children and youth the impact and consequences of social media and online conduct, to teach them to think before they post, to consider others, to consider how they may be perceived through their own posts. It is our responsibility to make clear to all students our expectations for how they must treat one another while on campus, and how they should treat one another when they're online. It is our responsibility to use difficult situations like the one we faced last week to teach students important lessons, including how their actions can impact an entire community. Last week, leaders from across our community gathered to discuss strategies that we can put in place to reinforce the importance of celebrating diversity, embracing inclusion, and educating our community about the meaning and impact of divisive symbols. I am grateful for their time and passion and look forward to future collaborations with them. It was not the first time, however, that as community leaders we met last week. As the board knows, over the past several months, we have been working vigilantly to create and implement an equity and diversity plan for our entire school district. We have our community-based equity task force, which was formed nearly 2 years ago, and our eternal equity steering team that is addressing key issues for our struggling student groups and building capacity of cultural proficiency with all of our leaders, such as addressing the achievement gap or the equity gap. We shifted the role of Dr. Jacqueline Perez to now be referred to as Assistant Superintendent of Equity, Access, and Community Engagement, to focus on equity efforts in the district and support to our schools. All administrators throughout this last year have been trained and continue to receive training even throughout this upcoming year on how to develop and lead inclusive environments. EPIC Education has trained the school board, cabinet members, King High School, Ramona High School, all of educational services, and all 250 administrators on how to lead and live in this inclusive way. We will be scheduling community parent and student listening sessions over the next several weeks. And just last Friday, I had a chance to meet with our city manager, Mr. Alzalinka, as we talked about having community listening sessions, and really as an entire community talking about how do we live and lead with this inclusive environment, and to not have a repeat of what we experienced last week. So that concludes my comments this evening, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. And now we will go to public input for board comments. Ms. Pepper?
Thank you, Mrs. Alivi. It's kind of hard to comment on what the superintendent says until you hear what he says. I want to talk about what you said about equity and these programs you have for equity. How about equity for all the schools, the existing schools that were promised Measure O money? All those schools should be getting their money for all the things that need to be done. All the temporary classrooms that have been there for years that need to be replaced, schools that don't have air conditioning, schools where the bathrooms aren't working, schools with bad plumbing, all those things that were supposed to be fixed with the Measure O money. And instead, all of you, and you too, Mr. Hansen, are taking $128 million is what it's going to end up being of Measure O money and spending it to build a new building on the campus of UCR. And you're calling it a public high school to give yourself cover for taking money that belongs to our local schools and is being paid for by all the people who live in our district to build something for UCR instead of it getting its own state money. So let's talk about that kind of equity. That's really important. Look at all the people who are here today. It's wonderful to see all these people here because they have something they want. Their children want something. They don't want you spending our money on UCR. They want it spent for their children in our area. They're the people who are paying for these things. Their money should be used to benefit them and their children, not benefit your friends at UCR. All of you have ties to UCR, and that's where the money is going. Locke Dawson, you're on the board of the Alumni Association. Brent Lee, you're on the board of the UCR Alumni Association. Mrs. O'Leary, your husband has a UCR address. He's tied in with UCR's medical school. You acted like you didn't know that. Dr. Farouk, UCR made a center for him at UCR, and he's the director of a center. It helped him get a job at the state, right? How come you got that? What is it about you that got that? It's because you guys have been planning to steal this money since about 2012, 2013. So folks in the audience, pay attention. Do not vote for any of these people for any public office, because what they're doing is actually, it's called a felony. It's a violation of the public trust. It's misappropriation of public funds. And they're going to keep doing it unless we all unite against what they're doing. So I urge you, start looking on the internet. There's more and more information about how they're stealing our money, the Measure O money. It's not for UCR. It's for our local schools, our programs. It's for these people, not you guys. Thank you.
Mr. Dean? Mr. Dean? Do you have a comment for board comments?
I had to get up tonight and speak because of a board member's comment last board meeting. I don't know why he brought up an exchange he and I had during the January board meeting. Life had moved on. I had never thought or said that the board member was proposing to eliminate foreign language programs in the district. Go back and watch the video. Everything we say is recorded forever. All I said was that his offhanded remark he chose to repeat was offensive and backwards. That was it. If the board member felt so strong about our exchange, why did he not reach out to me personally and resolve it? He then would have found out that I had moved on, and just like I said, never thought or said that the board member was proposing to eliminate foreign language programs in the district. But just that his offhanded remark he chose to repeat was offensive and backwards. That was it. That is why I did not speak at the last board meeting, because life had moved on. The exchange had come and gone, and that was life. It was a moot point. But then the vice president of the Riverside Unified School District Board of Education decided to drag me back into it, call me out by name twice, one of which he said my name wrong, in a public forum where he was being live streamed on the internet, where he went on to repeat the offhanded remark, and then proceeded to do nothing productive in an attempt to apologize for his offhanded remark. If you would like to talk about our exchange, please be the professional that you were elected to be and contact me one-on-one, and we can sit down and discuss matters. But do not try to shame me in public for the whole world to watch on the internet. It won't work, and it just embarrasses you and this Board of Education even further, no matter what accomplishments you try and tout. Thank you.
Okay, we will now go to board member comments, and I'll start with Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
Thank you. I don't have any comments this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Lee?
Yeah, no comments for me tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Hodnett, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I would love to. I'd like to say that there's, obviously a lot of negativity and civil unrest in our community. But I don't want that to distract us from the fact that this is the last board meeting of Black History Month 2020. So I would like to just ask, everyone in the room, just for a second, if you could give me a moment to appreciate the strides my people had to take just for me to even sit here on the dais this evening. With that being said, I'd like to share you guys an uncommon black fact. That's what I like to call them. The media made it that the Black Panthers were a notorious group, maybe for their afros, dark apparel, or maybe their willingness for armed self-defense. But their manifesto for change, it even resonates through our school district here. if that be the the breakfast for low-income students or the drama classes that students still take today. Also, the Black Panthers also started up free dental care for their people. So I'd like to let you guys know that if you guys didn't do anything for Black History Month, you now have. So I'd like to thank you guys for being part of Black History Month this month, but then to also remember that Black History Month is every month. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk?
Thank you, President Alavi. I just want to express just my appreciation for Freddie's leadership and for all of your efforts on sharing those thoughts. So thank you so much. I don't have any formal comments, but I would like to make a motion. Should I make that now? Or
Why don't you just wait
Okay.
just a minute?
All right,
Thank you
thank you.
very much. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I just want to also compliment Freddie and the wonderful job you've done up here. And as you and I talked about last week, being the voice of the students, letting us, on the little issues too, are the hamburgers bad? But so we understand how you feel about the education you're receiving and all that. And thank you. You brought that to this table, Freddie. We really appreciate it. And good luck in college. Other than that, thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. And I would just like to add one thing. In my message today, I'd like to correct an item of misinformation that was mentioned twice at our last board meeting. This concerns our High Grove community. Twice it was stated that Riverside should not spend its tax money on a new school in High Grove, but should keep our tax money in Riverside. I think that the public may not be aware that RUSD, even though it's Riverside Unified School District's boundaries, do not align completely with the city of Riverside, but stretch outside the city limits to Lake Matthews, to county areas, as well as east to High Grove. High Grove families voted and passed Measure O because they are a part of our district. They pay the same rates of bond taxes that Riverside residents do. The High Grove School has been on our agenda for over 10 years, but was delayed when the recession hit, which delayed all the building of the new homes. But just like when Riverside built the huge new community of Orange Crest to our south, and we had to build 3 new elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and a high school to accommodate the enormous increase in students, High Grove is now building a new community of hundreds of homes, and they will need a new school because the current High Grove Elementary is impacted, even with our new addition we are currently building there. High Grove students are our students. They are our RUSD students, and we look after them because they are part of our community. And now, Dr. Farouk, did you want to make that motion?
Yes, out of consideration for many people that are here, I'd like to request that to make a motion that we move item I3 up next.
Thank you. There's been a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second, Mrs. Alavi, thank you.
Mr. Hunt seconds that. Any further comment? Let's vote on that. Mr. Hunt? Okay, that does pass. So we will be moving straight ahead with the encore hearing. Yes, Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Ms. Alvia. I just want to thank you for the clarification on High Grove and all of that. I know that the speaker who was asking about that claimed that we didn't have a CFD. I believe we do have it. We have a CFD out there. Is that right, Mr. San Martin? Is that correct?
There is a small CFD, but the majority of the new residential homes, they're paying through developer fees, level 2 fees.
Thank you, and thank you very much about that. And that's fine. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Hudnett, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I would just like to make a motion. I motion to approve the consent calendar without item H2.
What we're going to do is we're going to take item I3 first before we do the consent agenda.
So afterwards.
Okay? So you can hold off on that. We'll take it in due course.
Okay.
Now I would like to let the board know that we have 88 cards turned in. Normally when we have so many cards on an issue, what we do is we limit the total number of times that we can address your comments. I would like to ask the board how they want to handle 88 cards.
Mrs. Alvey, I'd like to motion that we extend this to 60 minutes, and that would be the totality of the time, asking the folks to remember that you have someone following you and everything, and many of you wrote letters, thank you, and expressed. So, but that would be my motion to extend the 20 minutes to 60.
So your motion says that we should just extend the public comment to 60 minutes, but allow the 3-minute mark?
Allow, and on my understanding, I've had to go through this at our board once, it's basically the time you take. It would be unfortunate if someone took 6 minutes, for instance, to try to keep themselves to that, but I would, because 20 is not going to fit into 60 into 88 very well.
Correct.
So.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Do I have another motion?
I know you feel.
The motion was to increase the amount of public participation time to 1 hour.
Is that motion died now?
That motion has died. There was no
Okay.
second.
I'll make a motion to have 1 minute per speaker, just so that way we ensure everybody has time to speak.
Do I have a second? Do I have another motion? Do I have another motion? No?
I'll make a motion for 70 minutes. We have, and they can pick the time they want. And I would like clarification of this. I know you met with the general counsel, and this is, with respect to Ms. Pepper's comments right there, this is appropriate within the Brown Act and all. Is that correct?
Yes, and it is appropriate with our bylaws.
Thank you, ma'am. So my motion is for
70 minutes.
70 minutes.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, thank you. We will vote on that. All those in, please vote currently. Okay. So first we are going to have a brief introduction by Dr. Lewis and our legal staff, and then we will be taking public comments from you, whoever's turned in a card. There will be 70 minutes. You will speak, and I ask everybody to please speak your minds fairly succinctly, because we have so many that will need to speak after you. And if somebody or a lot of people have said the same thing, perhaps you could say that you also agree with them so that we could also hear everybody's comment. So, Dr. Lewis, if you would please.
We're working on a chair. Good evening, Mrs. Alvey, Dr. Hanson, members of the board. Before you this evening, you have the conclusion of a very lengthy process on behalf of both Encore and the district. And what I'd like to do, obviously there is a lot of support and passion that is here to support the petition, and we recognize that. So we'd like to open with some comments prior to doing that, if that's okay. One, I'd like to just review with the board the process that has brought us to tonight, and why tonight is a decision-making factor, and then review the process we followed with our fact of finding. Dina, our legal counsel, will provide a few points of clarity, and then we'll shift to public comment if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So taking us back to December 20th, Encore is a charter school that we have approved, and we've had oversight over the last 5 years. And part of that process is the renewal process. In the renewal process, we are in that year now. The petition was turned in on December 20th before we left for winter break. Immediately when a petition is turned in, there are statute timelines that begin. And the first thing that has to happen is the board has 30 days to conduct a public hearing, which we did on January 21st, where the Griffins and team were able to present the petition. We are also, as staff, able to ask of Encore Corporation if they are willing to provide a 30-day extension to allow us more time to review the petition. Unfortunately, in this case, that was denied. So that leads us to tonight. So between January 21st and now February 18th, today is the 60th day of our timeline. So before you this evening, what you'll hear is comment from both public and staff, and then you'll have a decision to make either to approve or to deny the charter petition. If you choose to approve the petition, you'll be doing so for a 5-year term. If you choose to deny the petition tonight, then Encore will have 2 courses of action. One course of action is they can immediately appeal to the county. The county office will follow similar statutory timelines, and they will follow a similar process with the county office. If at that time, for whatever reason, the county, within those 6 days, will make a decision to approve or deny, if they approve, then Encore would become a charter overseen by the county. If the county was to deny, then Encore would have the possibility to appeal to the state. So those are just some procedural timelines. Back on what staff response. What we do when we receive a petition is the first thing Cabinet will get together and we will review and then begin to go through page by page of every fact within the document. You have a team between 20 and 25 people that would go through from all divisions of our district using the county rubric to evaluate the document that was submitted for our review. And that was completed, which leads us to the fact of finding that you're going to see this evening. So I believe we'll have Dina open some more comments and then we'll shift to public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, after the 70 minutes of public comment, I will go over the report. But before I do that, there were 2 points that I really wanted to clarify up front because they had been grossly misrepresented and misreported. And so I just want to make sure that is factually corrected. No matter what decision the board makes tonight on the charter renewal, Encore will be authorized to operate and receive full state funding until at least June 30th, 2020. Any early closure of Encore would be a voluntary decision on the part of Encore. Further, even if the board votes to deny the renewal, as Dr. Lewis mentioned, there is the appeal rights to the county that can happen immediately, and a decision would be made within 60 days after that. And if that were to be approved, it would be approval for another 5 years. The second point I wanted to clarify is Encore was not blindsided by this report, or at least should have not been surprised. The district had repeatedly communicated compliance concerns to Encore and had identified violations for correction. In addition, the law is very clear about the standard for renewal and how an increase in academic performance is the primary consideration, and that there are other requirements as well. This was all known to Encore, or at least should have been. Also, Encore was contacted a week ago to discuss the recommendation and major findings and was given a copy of the report 2 days later as soon as it was completed. And again, it was a very extensive review process and a very detailed report. As soon as it was completed, it was provided to Encore. So with that, I think we're just going to turn it back over to the board president.
Yes, thank you very much. And we will start with our cards as they've been turned in, and we'll begin with Denise Griffin.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. As you know, Encore has been a labor of love for, you guys all knew I was going to cry, has been a labor of love for my entire family for over 13 years now. I've sent emails to all of you over the weekend, and I've shared with you the correspondence that I have given with our parents over the weekend as well, in hopes of helping make sense and be transparent with our entire population. I'm saddened that we are facing this and saddened that the district has been upset when we have told them that a no vote tonight would mean a mid-year, almost immediate closure of Encore. This has been a very difficult pill to swallow because although the district is correct that technically the charter would not expire until June, the fact of the matter is we lost 50 kids today and the vote hasn't even happened yet. So without students, we don't have a program. I've submitted the response to staff report that was given to Encore last Thursday at 5 p.m. before a 4-day weekend. I've submitted additional information to clarify the misunderstanding in the staff report and clarified on where to find items that they overlooked in the charter petition. In the 2 prior renewals that I've gone through, these conversations usually happen before a report comes out so that both sides can work together, but that was not the case here. I do hope that Encore is allowed to continue in the RUSD family. There is also an option as you guys look for renewal that you can renew with conditions. Until last Thursday, we've always felt strong support from the RUSD board and believed the kind words that were said by Dr. Lewis just last month that we were on the right track. It is not our desire to change districts or appeal to the county. We want to continue with the family and the home that we have built here with RUSD. We're not mad. We are just sad that this is happening and that we were blindsided. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope that you reconsider this district staff recommendation. Thank
you. Wilfredo Quadros, and then Benjamin Quadros.
Good evening, my name is Will Quadros. My son Benjamin attends Encore Junior High School. In a few short moments, Benjamin will be speaking to you regarding his experiences at Encore, and quite frankly, I can't think of a more ringing endorsement of what Encore has done for my son and for our family than that very fact. The fact that he's going to stand here with confidence in front of you in a public setting, express his feelings, and self-advocate for his educational future is something that I would have never pictured before he started at Encore. It speaks to the self-confidence that he's acquired while being challenged by a curriculum that places a high value on both academics and self-expression. It speaks to the newfound passion he has for education, a direct result of being surrounded by teachers, faculty, and staff that are vested in his success. It speaks to his recently acquired interest in student government now that he finds himself in a leadership role in junior ASB. Now, 12 months ago when my son approached me about attending a charter school, I was dead set against it. My wife and I run businesses from our homes. We have a middle school 2 blocks away from our home in Eastvale, and the idea of commuting to downtown Riverside twice in one day didn't appeal to us. And yet here I am standing in front of you today proudly to tell you that I can't think of another place that I would rather send my son than Encore Junior High School. So much so that I stopped working from home. I now have a co-working space in downtown Riverside, and every single morning I drive from Eastvale to Riverside with my son, excited for him, for his future, excited about his day at the school, and I sit at a co-working space for 6 hours until he comes to me and we can share on the drive home everything that he learned. And this is my son, and this is Encore. Finally, being in downtown Riverside every day, I see the kids that walk to and from class and from lunch, and I have a very unique perspective on what an amazing student body Encore has and what an important role it plays in downtown Riverside. I see a diverse, multicultural student body of all races, genders, and body types attending an educational institution with an emphasis of the arts, steps away from the Fox Center for the Performing Arts, the Riverside Municipal Auditorium, and the Culver Center of the Arts. Encore is continuing the legacy of the arts in downtown Riverside, and I ask the board members today, especially the 3 distinguished board members who have previously served on the boards of the Art Alliance of the Riverside Art Museum, the California Riverside Ballet, and the Riverside International Film Festival Committee, to keep that legacy alive on behalf of all the talented youngsters you see behind me. Thank you.
Benjamin Quadros, and then Nancy Johnson. Benjamin?
Sorry, he needs my iPad.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Quadros from Eastvale, and I'm in my first year of Encore Junior High School. I will be joining the Technical Arts Conservatory in high school because I am interested in film and screenwriting. I love to learn, but I've never been in an educational environment that motivated me. I was miserable at my last school because although I had good teachers and friends, I didn't feel the teachers cared about my success. This school has changed that. The teachers and staff are encouraging and motivating. Because I did not feel like my previous school was the right environment for me, my grades suffered. However, now I'm posting much better grades while feeling equally challenged. My lowest grade last semester was a B-, and I currently have straight A's. Most importantly, I feel with the A and B day schedule, it makes me feel less stressed. It allows me to focus on specific classes and not all at once. The school acts as a sanctuary for me. Each day I wake up, I'm happy to be there. I know the teachers here will do anything for their students. They have given me the self-confidence to be more outgoing and involved in the school. This has resulted in me in joining the junior high ASB. As a JASB member, I work hard to make this school the best it can be, not just for me, but for our students and the community. Recently, we gave out bags of essentials to the homeless of Riverside to have something during the holidays. This school has helped me get out of my comfort zone. The fact that I am speaking with you publicly today has everything to do with my education at Encore. I've learned to sew. I've learned to have a renewed appreciation for art and photography. The school's open campus has made me more active than I would have been at an average junior high school. My dad is able to come and have lunch with me during a lunch break. I enjoy my walk to class to be able to clear my head and to visit the downtown library and walk down Main Street after school. Now, I plead with the board members here today to keep the school open. There are a lot of kids like me, kids who didn't feel they belonged, who found a home in downtown Riverside. We have a duty to nurture the arts. The arts can provide many experiences most schools don't have. I also think of all the local businesses and restaurants that will be devastated by the impact of the school closing, as most of their customers are students. I ask you to keep the school open, not just for my fellow classmates, but Riverside as a whole.
Thank you. Nancy Johnson, and then Celeste Monteleone.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Johnson, and my daughter Hannah attends Encore. She's struggled academically since the beginning of her educational journey. She has always had social and academic challenges throughout the years and never really felt she belonged. We chose Encore because of the option of having other facets of learning amongst being exposed to the arts in smaller classes to accommodate my daughter's learning challenges. I cannot say enough positive things about the SPED accommodations at this school. We have gone through an enormous amount of challenges academically with my daughter, and I can honestly say the support that she has received at the school has really given her the ability to shine academically, and because of that, it has allowed her to blossom socially and emotionally. My daughter has excelled academically, being on honor roll since she began her schooling at Encore in the 7th grade. This has completely uplifted her self-esteem and self-confidence, and as a mom, that is everything. I can proudly say that Encore has played a critical factor for her growth in some of the most challenging years of her life, and I am incredibly grateful for that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Celeste Monteleone, and then Christy Gandara.
Hello, hi. A little nervous. I'm not the one in my family that's used to being up front and center. That would be my son, Josh, who's a senior here at Encore. Yeah. Why I'm here is because of him. He has spent all 4 years of his high school education at Encore. The reason why my husband and I chose Encore was because of his passion for the arts. He was already involved in community theater and some other education programs in Corona, our local community. However, we wanted to help him enhance his love for the arts, knowing that that was something he had already decided he wanted to do for the rest of his life. So we did look around, and we decided that we really liked the fact that there was one here in Riverside. We live in Norco, and we didn't really want to put him on a train to go to Orange County. So we were very happy to hear that there was a local Riverside Performing Arts high school. Josh has done well, and what I'm here to tell you about is I know the concern from RUSD is about their college readiness, whether they're ready to go off to college or have a career. I'd like to tell you that the world of performing arts colleges, getting into a college, is quite crazy. He has applied to 22 colleges nationwide. It is harder to get into a performing arts program than it is a D1 athletic program, believe it or not, because thousands of kids apply and audition, and they may only choose 12 for a particular program, or 20. So I'd like to tell you, out of the 22 colleges that he has applied to, with his education in dance and acting and singing and in various performance teams that he has been involved with at Encore, he has already been accepted academically into 17 colleges throughout the United States. So far, we have not heard from all of them. He also has been, and we just heard about, 2 hours ago, Josh, from University of Arizona, that he also artistically has been accepted into 11 colleges nationwide. So I'm very proud of that. I also want you to know that because of academics and academics only, he has already been awarded $500,000 in scholarship funds. So I know not every school is perfect, and I know it's not all about the school to get them ready. It's also, number one, about the student and their work ethic and their performance, and it's also about the home. But I do believe that the school has given him the academic skills and a lot of great opportunities to take, like I said, artistic classes, not just theater, but singing, dancing, hip-hop, piano, guitar, tumbling, cirque. How many other schools do you know can provide that? In a regular high school where he would go, which would be Norco, he would have to choose between choir or band or theater, and I don't even believe they have theater. So Encore is a unique situation. It's a unique opportunity for these kids and for our community, like the gentleman already said. Not only are the students and faculty here to help the kids in the arts, but also the surrounding community. Every day they're out supporting the surrounding community in Riverside. So please reconsider and keep Encore open. Thank you.
Christy Gandara, and then Teresa Springer.
Good evening. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us tonight and our stories about our children and the impact that Encore is having on them. I have 2 daughters that attend Encore. One is a graduate already of last year's class of 2019, and one is currently a senior. I homeschooled my children all the way from birth, I guess you could say, up until the point where they begged me to send them to school. Girls tend to be more social than boys, so they wanted friends. And we chose Encore as the place they would go to make friends. That might sound unconventional to you, but it was the perfect place for us. Not only have they made friends, but they got to participate in the wonderful academic and arts programs. Because from playing with Play-Doh at home, I didn't do that when they were in the high school part, but you know, the primary part, they were both very artistic and musical. My daughter that graduated participated in the choir at Encore, and she was also the general ASB treasurer. I don't know where she got the math skills for that. Being homeschooled, math wasn't my thing, but she did accomplish quite a bit. Encore's choirs, the women's choir and the madrigals, are 5th in the state. They've done nothing but receive top honors in every competition that they go to. That's quite an award to have. My daughter that's a senior there at Encore now has followed in her sister's footsteps and is also serving on ASB. She tends to be a little bit more academic and is taking 3 AP classes. So my girls aren't going to go to a million colleges all over the United States. They've chosen right here in Riverside. They're going to go to RCC. That's what they've chosen. They're just as academically prepared. Lauren, the graduate, came in today and said, "Mom, I got an A in my history class." She was ready for college. She did just fine. Encore is doing an excellent job preparing our students for whatever future they're willing to take, be it a major college, be it RCC, be it performing arts. They're doing well. Thank you so much for your time and understanding of our school.
Thank you. Teresa Springer, and then Roxanne Salazar.
Thank you so much for hearing us today. My child attended a public RUSD high school for 1 semester during her sophomore year. She failed 3 classes. She had never failed a class before. She was overwhelmed by the classwork, the homework, and the feeling that she just didn't fit in with those students. The next semester, she attended Encore, where she got mostly A's, a couple of B's, no D's, and no failed classes. Thank you. Encore's block schedule afforded my daughter more time to focus on her assignments and less opportunity to become overwhelmed by the class load. Encore provides support for individual education plans, IEPs, that is far superior to anything she received at that public high school. To close the school and to force these kids back into schools where they are overwhelmed and they just don't feel comfortable would be a terrible thing. A report by Americans for the Arts states that young people who participate regularly in the arts, that's 3 hours a day, 3 days a week, for a full year, are 4 times more likely to be recognized for academic achievement than children who do not participate. Where other schools may have been given academic probation, this has not yet been offered to Encore, and I hope at the very least you would consider that. Please consider the negative impact that this disruption would have on our students. And P.S., plenty of High Grove students would also love to attend Encore. Thank you.
Roxanne Salazar, and then Heather Zerwas.
Good evening.
Pull it down. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Roxanne Salazar, and my daughter Caitlin Salazar attends Encore in 8th grade. She has been an honor student since the 4th grade and has prided herself in doing well. She sets goals for herself that she has continued on with Encore. Last June, we had an accident, a serious accident, where she was struck by a baseball to the head. And she has had many issues this year to struggle. But Encore has rallied around us. They have supported us. They have put into position accommodations to allow her to bring her grades up, to get back onto the honor roll that she so desperately wants to be a part of. She has, looked at everything that she can possibly do and has reached out to her teachers and feels comfortable expressing to them, knowing that they care and support for her, that her fellow peers are rallying around her in class to help support her as well as the staff in the administration. In June of last year, it was also brought up that at a board meeting that a committee member came to RUSD and had asked for another lunch table for students to eat because they were segregated from the other students. At Encore, I can't even imagine my child being segregated from her peers. She relies on her peers to get through the day, to have fun, to be a child, to be a student, and to allow everybody to be together in an open campus and to mingle and to work on relationships is important. So I am asking, and I am actually imploring you to think about everything that is coming to you tonight from each one of our students, each one of our parents, our administrators, as well as the reports. And consider how it would feel if it was your child, your niece, your nephew, or your grandchild that you are making this vote about. I ask you to vote yes, to vote to continue Encore's charter, to show that you support all of our students, all of the students within our district, and to show them that they do matter and that you appreciate each and every one of them for who they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Zeros, and then Alexis Sawyer Springer.
Good evening. My husband died 7 years ago while my son was just starting 2nd grade within the RUSD system. Through the years, I struggled with getting a proper diagnosis because I knew something was different for his autism. And I finally received an IEP within the RUSD system. I thought that that would be it and that he would be able to thrive from that point, and I was wrong. He had been bullied, and not in the terms that is really as bad as it could be, but he had pranks pulled on him before and after school. He has immense talent athletically. He is on a baseball team, a travel baseball team, does extremely well. His peers there accept and support him. just because of his athletic prowess. I'd heard of Encore through a friend and was sold after the first meeting. Since starting 7th grade there, he's been getting better grades than in his entire school career, making honor roll last year for the first time ever. In addition to taking up guitar lessons, which was his father's passion, who was also an athlete, he's found a niche within the performing arts of cirque. It's here that he's excelled in strength and balance, all the while learning both ground and aerial arts, which have been more than effective in progressing his positions within the baseball team and that community as well. Encore has been a godsend, because here he's not bullied. Here I see people walking together. These students, everybody walks, there's no cliques. I could go have lunch with him if I wanted to. His teachers are communicating with me. There is no other school that, even with his IEP, that would be able to support the arts the way that he is involved. He takes guitar, and he is actively involved within the cirque program and loves it. The closest cirque studio here is in Redlands, and guitar lessons would also be an outside activity. So where does that leave him for his challenging social and life lessons within the baseball community? I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd have to pick, as many of these other parents have said. I apologize for breaking down. Thank you so much for hearing me. Please vote yes.
Alexis Zoyer Springer. I think I got that right. And then Megan Alvarez.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I love my school because I get to do the arts that I love, and I'm in the Cirque Conservatory. I feel safe and happy at my school because there's like people like me here, and I just really hope you can keep our school open because I like it a lot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Megan Alvarez. And then Tony Fiorillo.
Good evening. My name is Megan Alvarez, and my brother and I have been attending Encore since the 7th grade year. I am thankful for the opportunities my brother and I have been offered over the 5-year course of us attending Encore. For example, my brother has been playing guitar for 5 years, and he has reached level 5. And for me, having the opportunity to experiment with film, dance, stage makeup, and many more, and so I found my home in the acting conservatory, where I have ended in level 5 this year. In addition to the arts, I have also been able to continue my second language, which is Spanish, by taking Spanish AP level 4. And I have also been able to improve my math skills with the help of our patient teachers and extended class time. And these are just a few examples of why I love Encore and my Encore experiences. Thank you for listening, and I hope I can graduate with my class. Thank you.
Tony Fiorillo and Paige Healy next.
Good evening. My name is Tony Fiorillo. I'm a retired Air Force veteran. I also serve as a president of a union. I've seen changes in my daughter, who's come to this school now for 5 years. I never thought she would be a leader, a mentor, or anything of that nature, but I see a change in her. In the 5 years she's been here, she has taken on as a captain of a cheer team. I'm sorry, dance team. I don't even know what team she's on anymore. She's on so many. Encore teaches discipline and mentorship, things that I learned in basic training, things that our military learns. These kids right here are learning that. You watch them walking down the street, they don't have no grudges. They have no empathy to people. They're hugging, they're holding hands. They don't care your race, your color, your creed, anything of that nature. This is what Encore is about. This is why we need to keep this school here in this community, along with Congressman Takano's office, because this city is about arts. In a day and time where we always look on the TV and say, mass shootings at schools, I don't have to worry about that at Encore. I don't have to worry about my daughter being bullied. I don't have to worry about her friends being bullied. As a matter of fact, this school goes to other schools in this district, in Hesperia, and does a production on bullying. That is what we need in this community. Having been with a lot of 18-year-olds in combat situations, these kids, I would take these kids to Iraq right now because of their maturity. Well, I would. I really would. Well, maybe not some, but that is the kind of people this school is building. Thank you.
Thank you. Paige Healy and then Alexis Shobi.
Good evening. Academic test scores are not the only thing that defines a student's ability to be successful in school and most importantly in life. The fate of Encore should not be based on academic test scores because decisions are not made for the 50 schools in RUSD based solely on their test scores. I would like to introduce you to my twins, Jacob and Isabel Healy. They are 8th graders at Encore Riverside. They both are working towards having a full-time career in the entertainment industry. I chose Encore for 2 reasons: the variety of classes offered at this young age to prepare them for a career in the arts, and smaller class sizes so they could be successful and learn to be independent. In addition to the traditional academic classes, they both are enrolled in conservatories that support their career goals. Jacob is in the dance conservatory, and Izzy is in the theater conservatory. I don't know of one campus locally that my kids can be bused to that offers all that Encore offers. If Encore Riverside shuts down, it will be a devastating blow to them, and you will ultimately slow down the progress they have made so far. It will also put me in a position to decline most casting call opportunities they have because they will have to take these elective courses after school. This will also be a financial burden on my family because we will now have to pay for these additional classes so they can continue to practice what they love. They also will lose out on the frequent and consistent training that they are getting now by not having these classes as part of their school schedule. Encore has helped my kids mature greatly over the past year and a half. I believe in this program. The acting classes alone have given them more self-confidence when they are presenting a report in their academic classes, performing a monologue, and at an audition, and especially when they are working with the real professionals on set. They are thriving in this school environment and is accepting of not being a perfect student. In closing, I would like to add that there has not been a day since they started Encore that they have not wanted to go to school. My kids love this school. My family loves this school. The Encore environment allows my kids to truly connect with their teachers and peers. This school keeps them interested and motivated. Please don't dim the spotlight on their future. Thank you.
I might point out that there is a clock up there that you can watch as well. I'm sorry? My point exactly. I'm just drawing that to your attention. And Alexis Shobi now, followed by Teresa Hallberg. Thank you.
Hi. Encore has helped me a lot with my academic growth because last year I was really struggling with math because it's kind of a change of curriculum because I changed school districts. But they had free tutoring at lunch and before school and after school, and that was really helpful. So then I wouldn't have to go to tutoring or purchase a tutor or anything. It's also helped me a lot in my arts because sometimes I get homework and I'm not very good at focusing on certain things, so it's good to have my hobbies at school so then I can focus on homework when I get home after school. And if you take away Encore, then I'm not really gonna have any way to practice my arts because it's a lot of money and it takes a lot of time, and normal schools give out a lot of homework, so I wouldn't be able to do the stuff I love outside of school. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Hallberg, and then Joanne Moore, sorry.
Good evening. I stand here as both the mom of a graduate from Encore and a mom that was hoping to have a returning freshman and senior for this next school year. So this is really personal and impacting to me. My son is 20 now. He graduated from Encore on his own accord with a 4.0 and full honors. He was fully prepared for college, but with everything that he did and attributed to his schooling, was able to, at 19 years old, enter a career position starting at over $60,000 a year at 19 years old, full benefits, full 401k, everything, and he will continue in that position until he retires. And that was attributed to the fire that this school ignited in my son. He came from 2 other school districts. I had to homeschool him for a semester. He was physically assaulted in San Bernardino School District. He was physically assaulted in Victor Valley School District. He was bullied. He was different. He wasn't the sports kid. He was the arts kid. He learned music. He learned how to read music. He still continues at 20 years old his passion for guitar. He is joining a band. He is teaching other children. My soon-to-be senior is learning guitar from him just at home because he is on his own created an ample collection and shares that passion with as many people as he can. He has a passion for photography, which the average high school does not offer to the extent that he learned. What he's learned and what he continues to do photography-wise blows my mind. What this school offers kids, you're not comparing apples to apples. It's unlike any other school in this district. It's unlike any other school in any district. I sought out sending my kids to this school because I went to literally, not exaggerating, over 20 different high schools within 4 different districts because my son needed his fit. And my 7th grader attended last year, my 8th grader now, he found his tribe. This is his home. This is his life. These kids are his support system. Not only that, having a child who has special needs, he's ADHD, he's a 504 plan, this school's attentiveness to my son's needs with his 504 plan have far exceeded any school district I've had my children in. My son has medical needs. He has medical issues that are private to the staff. And the staff maintained my son's privacy and made him feel included and did not ever let him feel shamed for his medical conditions. I have never had the unity, the support. I don't even know most of the parents here, but I know I could probably go to any one of them. If I had an issue, I could find someone outside the office. And the support system that this school offers is unlike any other school I've ever had my children attend. So I implore you to please don't take this away from all of us. This has been a godsend for so many people, and the thousands of children it would affect is detrimental to our community, detrimental to our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Moore, and then Kimberly Livingstrom. Oh, yes.
Good evening. It's Jeannie.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. My daughter, Emmy, goes to Encore. And first of all, this is nothing like a PTA meeting. This is the big time. Anyway, my family lives in Corona. And when we chose Encore, it was based a lot on input from friends. And then we, of course, came to the school, looked at the curriculum that they offer, the arts. Now, in her head, the arts is all she was thinking about because her big sister, who did go to OSHA, she left in 11th grade from our Centennial High School to go to OSHA, where I'm sure she got a great education, but she's now a senior at AMDA, and what she thanks OSHA for the most is for the step ahead that she had when she stepped into the musical theater conservatory. She's larger than life, so of course this one is following in her footsteps. In fact, when we first met Emmy in China, she was singing. So she's been singing ever since she joined our family. And Encore has become our family. And the reason I say that is the school, it really was an answer to our prayers. It gives our now 8th grader a well-rounded education, inclusive electives that are just mind-blowing, and let her explore different parts of her artistic desires. Who knew she would now play piano? She plays piano, and my God, if I could take 2 minutes to learn piano, I just feel like it's such a self-stress relieving opportunity for her. Anyway, we looked at all of our home schools, and none of them had what we were looking for. She's up and on a bus at 6:40. She gets home about 4 and never complains. She sleeps probably till noon on Saturday and Sunday, but that's a different issue. She's completely enthralled with science, though, so I don't want anybody to think the academics at the school is not the bomb, because it is. She could talk you forever about what she's passionate about, whether it is musical theater and the latest musical out there, 6, or what's going on in the world of science and the planets and all that good stuff. Bottom line, she has homework. She writes comprehensive essays. When I asked her how she would feel about her school closing, she basically said, I'd be really sad, angry, devastated, and quite honestly, we would feel as her parents and family the same way. So all I can say is, please come and see all the the extraordinary things that Encore is doing. That's what this district is all about, being extraordinary. And I think Encore totally embodies that. These kids, they are showing up and showing what it means to be caring and have empathy. They're not mainstream. It's not a mainstream school, but it's definitely leading by example. And my God, that's a good thing, right? Yeah? Anyway, I ask you as a parent to strongly consider not voting down the charter of this school. Definitely keep it alive, and by all means embrace the school and make it the best school, the best conservatory performing arts school that you have in the district. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kimberly, and then Lexi Parker.
Hi, thank you for listening to me today. My name is Kimberly Youngstrom, and my daughter Haley is now an 8th grader at Encore. She started in her 7th grade year. And one thing I just want to say, and Ms. Griffin, please correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 70% of the students at Encore are from outside the RUSD district boundaries. So you have this many people who not only are willing to bus or drive their children to downtown Riverside every day. My own daughter gets up on her own at 4:45 in the morning to be able to get ready to make her bus to get to school because she is that passionate about what she gets here at Encore. So my daughter struggled heavily in math in her 6th grade year. The school that she came from, her math teacher, did not take the time to help her when she was struggling. We had multiple meetings with the teacher, multiple meetings with the principal, and the only response we got was, she just needs to study harder. She's a dancer. She is an artist. She draws, she dances. Her mind doesn't grasp math as easily as others. So to be told that she just needs to study harder was not the answer for her. She was almost failing at math. We had to hire a very expensive tutor in order to get her through her 6th grade year, just with a passing grade in math. When she came to Encore, not only did the teachers take the time to help her, but tutor her during lunch and after school of their own time. And they made it so that she liked math. To come from a classroom where she was struggling so hard, she actually had anxiety about taking the math tests because she couldn't understand what she was doing. But then to have someone, the teachers here at Encore, not only show that they cared about her, but that they would help her, boosted her confidence so much that she has not gotten below a B in any of her math classes. So please, I beg you, not only is this school great for the arts, but it's great for academics too. It gives the children confidence in their own abilities. So please, I beg you to vote yes to keep this charter open.
Thank you. Lexi Parker. And then Olivia Lenning.
Hi, my name is Lexi Packer, and I am a junior at Encore High School. I've been attending Encore since 7th grade, so I've been here since the doors opened. And 7th grade Lexi was not the type to be super involved or anything, not the type to be the center of attention or to talk in front of this many people. But Encore drew me in, and it changed me. They've inspired me to push myself by surrounding me with like-minded people who are driven because they're there because they want to be there. And that's the beauty of a charter school. My mom works at a charter school, so I believe I have a unique perspective on them. Some may think they're weird and not worthwhile, and they're probably very expensive, but I see the way they provide a deviation from the norm. I see the way they offer learning for all types of people, because not everybody can thrive in a public school setting. Personally, I don't know what I would do without Encore. I've spent my formative years here, and it's shaped me into the person I am today. A person who is driven, informed, and who is ready to enter into the world as an adult. In my pursuit of college, Encore has been endlessly supportive, and they've offered me opportunities I couldn't hope to get anywhere else. In my freshman year, I did a college tour of the whole West Coast, which started my dream of going to Stanford. My math teacher thought I was a promising student, and she inspired me to push myself and get ahead, and I'm now in calculus as a junior. My counselor has offered me endless scholarships opportunities and provided me with every resource I could ever need, and she has helped me do concurrent enrollments at a college currently. So it might sound like I'm pretty successful at Encore to you. And you could measure success by a standardized test grade, you could measure it by grades, you could measure it by a course that I'm taking, but you could also measure it by the smile on my face. You could measure it by the memories. You can measure it by the memories that Encore has given me. And you can measure it in the way that my confidence has flourished in a way that I never would have expected. And I know which one is more important. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Lenning, and then Sarah McCluck.
Hello, I'm currently a junior at Encore High School. I attended RUSD School District up to 7th grade, and after a very difficult and emotional 7th grade year, I decided Encore would be the perfect fit for me. I'm currently involved in Encore's cheer team, National Honor Society, and CIRC program. As a student at Encore, I personally have seen no change in my academic success since leaving RUSD. Along with maintaining over a 4.0 GPA, my STAME benchmark scores have remained above average. My PSAT scores were proficient as well. Encore as a whole has scored better than many of the surrounding schools, including my home school. As a student who strives for academic success and plans to attend a four-year university, this data is stressful and extremely concerning. To know my academic success will be hindered by attending my home school is disheartening. I started attending Encore my 8th grade year. At the time, I was a competitive gymnast and was beyond excited to participate in Encore's extremely unique circus arts program. The idea that my unique talent, passion would be appreciated and built on at school filled me with immense happiness and gratitude that I had not experienced before, nor would I ever experience at any other school. Despite RUSD having art programs, my art was not offered. Both my circus coaches are well-trained and professional performers. Having the opportunity to work with them and receive free training is an opportunity I will not find anywhere else. After researching local circus programs and preparation of the decision that could be made today, I've been heartbroken to find my family would not be able to afford and continue my circus training. After being forced to quit gymnastics due to costs and injuries, circus has been my newfound passion and hobby. No other school in the area provides circus arts, not even OSHA. To lose my art and passion is truly devastating. At RUSD, I felt like one of many, just another number adding to the class roster. I never connected with office staff or administration and hardly felt significant to my teachers. The school's inability to connect with students is understandable considering the incredibly large student body. Encore's small students to staff ratio has made it possible for me to be personally known by both my deans, counselor, and all my teachers. Encore staff has supported me academically, artistically, and emotionally. When considering your decision, please remember the Encore student body is here for a reason. We are here because we know and believe Encore is special, unique, and necessary for our success. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Eckler? Oh, sorry, I really made a mess of that. Bruce Hopkins.
I'm Sarah McCarran.
Oh,
it's
sorry.
Scottish. My daughter is in 8th grade. She's attended Encore since last year. She finished 7th grade. And I wanted to talk about the positive impact that Encore has had on her. For most of her life, the most important things have been friendship and creating art and music and telling stories. The depth of her creativity has always amazed me. There are many good schools in Riverside, but none have the scope and intensity of arts Encore provides. And unless you've been directly involved with a child that has this intense creativity, you might not fully understand the needs they have and what a challenge it can be to meet those needs. Encore has helped my daughter to be more focused, confident, and independent, and helped her achieve a clear, achievable goal in a career of technical arts. It's the only school she can take script writing and film and still be in high school, get prepared for her future. She's excelled academically and even made the honor roll for the first time last year. Right on, girl. The other thing about Encore is that many of the students that I've met there are very unique and expressive people. Unfortunately, a lot of kids these days, whether we agree on why, are suffering from anxiety and depression and other issues that have made it very difficult for them to fit in with traditional school cultures. Encore is kind of like a refuge for many of these students, and I'm hoping you'll continue to give them the opportunity to thrive. As my daughter put it, there's no school more accepting than Encore. And just like some kids in Riverside have the opportunity to advance themselves in sports programs like STEM and dual immersion, students are coming from over 60 districts to Encore because there's a great need for these creative and talented people to have an opportunity to excel. And as a last note, I've lived in Riverside since about 1995. I've seen a lot of changes in this city, and one of those changes was when we became this city of arts and innovation. And this focus on the arts I think has been a driving force for our city for a while now, and to eliminate an innovative and performing arts school from our options seems like a huge disservice to our city and the arts culture we want to foster. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bruce Hopkins, and then Mary Figueroa Garrison.
Thank you, Board. I represent this family. Even though I'm a grandparent and a senior, I feel for each and every one here. I want to let you know that I'm the oldest of 4 boys, and schools sure have changed since I was in school. Actually, my wife and I raised 2 boys in the Moreno Valley School District. We were pretty disappointed with the outcome. They're adults now, but we had the pleasure of taking under our wing 2 granddaughters for 6.5 years, and we raised them as though they were our own children. We've been blessed by the opportunity. I now have a granddaughter living with me at home. I'm Mr. Chauffeur. We confer on activities, attend all the events, the performances. We've really been blessed by the outcome. And I will tell you that the school, it would be doing a tremendous disservice. This, again, I'll reiterate, this is supposedly the city of arts and innovation. Don't give Riverside a black eye by denying the arts portion of it. Yes, We need to continue forward. I will happily say that my granddaughter has performed as part of women's chorus and madrigals and won first place at Knott's Berry Farm, repeated years. Knott's Berry Farm, okay? So Riverside is getting exposed. We are becoming more entrenched in the arts. We cannot cut this off now. Let's keep the ball rolling. Please, I'm pleading. In the day of controversy and divisiveness in our society, Encore is a viable alternative. Encore is a bona fide charter school, and we need to support our kids. Let's just do it for the kids, please. Thank you.
Mary Figueroa Garrison, and then Karen Esquivel.
Good evening. I'd like to first thank you for originally opening your doors and allowing Encore in. I am an education specialist in Colton Joint Unified. We have not yet allowed any charter schools into our district and have been facing declining enrollment, non-reelects, and now RIFs. I'm speaking as a mom of a 12th grader who has been at Encore all 5 years. I'm sorry she cannot be here as she is preparing for her performance this weekend. I have read all the 209 pages of the petition, the 76 pages of the findings of facts, and my husband and I would like to share what we feel are the facts that matter. Number one is safety. We have continued to monitor the suspension rate, which is very low. And the only sparring that would come from a dance-off or two that have happened the past years. Number two is a well-rounded program. Our Marina excelled in school from a very young age. Encore challenged her and has helped her to continue to grow, not only academically, but through her love, her passion, and her drive in dancing, acting, musical theater, her state-level amazing choir, the exceptional arts classes, clubs, and musicals that she belongs to. She has become so active and has had such a rigorous schedule to keep track of. She could not have done it without her support of her teachers and her friends. She was not feeling accepted at her middle school, in my school where I teach. She is so much more than a test score or a statistic. She is beyond excited to continue her passion in college and beyond. She was accepted to the Young Americans as a junior last year. Thank you. And she is so excited for the future of Encore because we know and we believe that you will make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Esquivel, and then Sean Sammers.
Hello, I'm not comfortable at public speaking, so I'm probably going to bounce all over the place here. My daughter Caroline has been at school at Riverside since inception in 7th grade. She's due to graduate next year, which is a huge thing for her and everybody else in her class to be the first one to start it and spend all 6 years and graduate at the same school. Encore, you've heard it so many times tonight, is a family. My daughter can go to any person on the staff administration and they know exactly who she is, and if she has problems, they know what those problems are, and they're ready to deal with it. I can call anybody, talk to them anytime. I don't have to wait for a conference at any time. I can just talk to them, walk up to them, and they're happy to talk to me. I forgot what I was going to say. One thing I don't have to worry about are the children's extracurricular activities. They spend so much time, they work their butts off, they're driven, they're dedicated to their conservatory, to their things that make them happy. When she says, Mom, I'm gonna go to the movies or I'm gonna go hang out with my friends, I don't worry about what they're doing because they don't get in trouble anywhere. I don't know, she's chosen a good bunch of friends. As far as I know, they all are really good kids because they are so concerned about what they are doing and what's important to them. They have their own goals. On the agenda is not to get into trouble. I know last week, I believe it was, Encore just received a 6-year accreditation from WASC. I was on that interview. I took part in that. And we were so happy to hear that they got that 6-year accreditation. And then we got this news and was curious. From what I understand, the district received a letter, but it was turned into something negative about their WASC accreditation, and I just wondered why or how that happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Sammers, and then Amanda Fuentes.
So many of you have heard from parents, students, etc., and I'm personally a sophomore at Encore. I've been going since 7th grade, and I am currently in madrigals, the highest level choir here. And I know from our supportive staff, especially, Miss Dolph, Miss Aldama, Mr. Heckel, our choir teacher, all these teachers, I know their names. I can name them because they are good people. And you can't say that they have been giving us horrible academics, because they haven't. On my last 2 PSATs, because I've taken 2, one in 8th, one in 9th grade. Well, in 8th grade, I was in the 98th percentile in my PSATs. And in 9th grade, that improved, actually, to a 99th percentile. And I hope on my SATs to get a perfect score. And while I've been getting this amazing education, I am currently trying to get to calculus next year in math so that I can actually go to RCC in my senior year, do my gen ed classes, and have my college credits before I even get to an expensive college. And thank you. And the fact is, while I've been doing this, I've been able to have this amazing experience, been able to take media team, been able to take choir, which has been an amazing experience with Mr. Heckel. We are one of the top choirs in the States, and I'm proud to be a part of that. And overall, it's just been an incredible experience here at Encore, and it's probably the reason that I've been doing so well academically. Otherwise, I would be miserable at another school. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Fuentes, and then Manuel Fuentes.
Okay, this is a little bit different. I just wanted to touch on a couple of bases of the relationship with Encore and RUSD. Sorry, I have no voice. I've been sick for a week. But we want to continue the relationship with RUSD. We love this school. We love being a part of this district in this area. In January's board meeting, Dr. Lewis had stated that RUSD has reconnected, built, and established a relationship with Encore and its staff. It was also stated that Encore has been responsive to requests from RUSD. In fall of 2019, Encore successfully addressed gaps that needed to be addressed and is expected to see continued growth from Encore. Looking forward they were looking forward to working with Encore. That was just in the last year. I don't understand how things could change so much, and Encore looks forward to continuing working with RUSD and looks forward to building the relationship further on a continuous basis.
Manuel Fuentes.
Hello, thank you for hearing us out. This is in regard to metrics, the dashboard. Encore is considered a high school and is held to high school dashboard levels. While there is a large population of junior high school students that are reflected in those numbers, it becomes kind of an unfair representation when you're comparing it to other high schools, which is solely high school students that are on that dashboard. So, we just like to see how this is fair comparison of Encore in comparison to the other schools within the RUSD. That's pretty much it. Right?
Thank you. Ms. Pepper, and then Maggie Campos. Ms. Pepper? Hold on, Ms. Pepper? You were next. Yes, thank you. Maggie Campos.
Hi, I'm Maggie. Excuse me. I'm Maggie Campos, and we're from the Eastvale area. My daughter, she went to school last year in Eastvale, and she was very unhappy because she felt bullied, and she didn't do well in math. So she just wasn't very happy there at this school. And then she, she's been an actress and a model. So we thought about the performing arts school, because when I looked at performing arts schools, I only seen one in Riverside County. And it would really be a shame for your school district to take away the only performing arts school that they have in Riverside. And the other concern that I have is that she's excelling. She went from having low grades in math to A's and B's. I've never seen my kids so confident and so happy. She used to fake that she was sick because she didn't like this. Well, she liked the school, but she didn't like the bullying. And she missed a lot of school because she was not happy. This is the first time I've seen my daughter so happy. She wants to go to school every day. She's up at 5 o'clock, 5:30, up and ready to go to school. We drive all the way from Eastvale to Riverside. I was scared to send her there because I know there's homeless people. And I sat out in front of the school and watched. And I see how the kids just kind of all gather around each other, protect each other, how the proctors watch over the kids. And number one thing is my daughter just brags about how wonderful the school is and how much she loves it and how she feels so confident and that she's excelling. You know, math, she's got professors. She said, Mom, at regular school, I don't have professors. I have a professor in math. I have a professor in English. I won't get that at regular school. After we found out about this last Thursday, which was on Valentine's Day, or actually Friday, she was devastated. And she said, Mom, if this school closes down, I'm gonna have to return back to River Heights. So just out of curiosity, I called River Heights, and I'm like, hey, so like, what's the population of the classroom size in Eastvale? Because there's a lot of brand new homes that are building. And the secretary told me she had to check with the staff there, and she told me, well, there's between 36 to 42 kids. How's my daughter going to excel in a school that has 42 kids probably in the classroom? She loves his school. She's doing so great in dance. She's got friends, and, you know, this would just be very devastating, and her anxiety is just going to go off the roof. Please vote yes on Encore. It's a very special school.
Thank you. I will draw your attention to 11 minutes on the clock. Ms. Pepper?
Good evening. I estimate there might be 500 or 600 people here tonight. And the reason, that's an important thing to know, okay? They usually have business meetings, but this is like a workshop. And that's important to see how many people are at this workshop, because a couple of years ago, they had a workshop where that's where they decided to spend a whole lot of money on building a bunch of classrooms and labs for UCR. They're calling it a high school, but it's really
Ms. Pepper,
not.
we're trying to stay to Encore.
Hey, this is related to it. You shut up. She doesn't want you to hear this. You know why she doesn't want you to hear it? She knows why. She's trying to make me be quiet, okay?
Ms. Pepper, please sit down.
This is related to Encore. This is related. That's why I'm pointing out, look how many people are here in support of this program. A couple of years ago, listen to what I have to say. This is important. I'm on your side. Listen to me. I'm on your side. Listen to me. These people, there were 2 members of the public at the workshop where they decided that building a STEM high school on the UCR campus was more important than anything else they could spend the money on. That's what they decided. Look how many people are here for this. Don't let them tell you no. Don't let them tell you no. People brought up really good points, really good points. So when they tell you, oh, we have to do it for this reason or that, listen, they do what they want to for their friends. They're breaking the law by taking the money for Measure O for UCR. Look at you. A lot of people are here for this program, and don't let them argue you. You know what, people? Look, I'm an attorney. I'm trying to help you. Do you not understand? The CEO who got up and spoke, that was important what she said. She said they can approve this with conditions, folks. Don't let them tell you no because of anything. The guy who got up and said how, you know, they're comparing you to high schools with all older kids. You know what? It's really hard being an attorney and watch people not understand what's going on. You know what?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry. Good evening. I'm on the list to speak, and I have to pick up my daughter, a future circus performer, within 3 years at Encore when you do approve it. So, you all are parents. You understand what it is to do the best for your child. I understand in your positions, you want to do what's best for the children of our RUSD. These are your children. So, you want something for them. We, the parents, know what we need for them. That is the fact. We pick this school so that they can be who they're supposed to be. I refuse to let my daughter be picked on, bullied, looked at, laughed at. She's a freak, she's a geek, and she loves it. She is who she is. Let us, as their parents, do the best for them. That's all we ask. So when you approve this, and I promise you, you will not regret it. You will find. Many of you are lovers of the fine arts. And I know you are, ma'am, because I read it on your bio. So the fact is, this is the future of the fine arts. That's the reality. Thank you for your time. I apologize that I must go. But again, I
Ms.
must pick
Pepper,
up a future cirque performer.
You've given up your time. Now
No, she asked for.
Ms. Pepper, please. Stop the clock, please. All right, it's supposed to be Gianna Barro? And then Jaden Soto.
In all honesty, I never thought I'd be here. I was never really interested in the arts before I came to this school. My mom put me into this school so that I could stay with my cousins, but now I really don't know what life would be like without Encore. This school has been a home to me for the past 3 years, and it has faced me with many challenges, academically wise and art wise, but with the help of the staff and my peers always lifting me up, I have always overcome these obstacles and grown as a person. Not only has Encore helped me academically wise, but I have found my passion and the teachers here have helped inspire me. The students have changed my life, and the school has made me a better person. I can never thank Encore enough for the opportunities that I've been offered with. I will never forget the memories I've made here. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaden Soto. And then Loreno Zuniga.
Hi, good evening. So the academics, a lot of people here, I have a friend who had wanted to speak but anonymously, so I'm just going to read this real quick to start off my proposal. She said, I'm on the hip hop team. This team helps me so much. I have grown as a person and a dancer. I always had trouble in academics, but ever since I've gotten
gone to Encore, I've gotten so much better. This school keeps me out of trouble. And I'd like you guys to consider that. So many people here are determined to do better in their academic classes simply because of the support of teachers. We have a very supportive staff, and I'm so appreciative of that. This school's quite a privilege, and it also keeps us out of trouble. The arts keep us engaged, and when people are on teams, they have to keep their grades up, so of course they're gonna do what they can. They're gonna do their best. I'm gonna make this quick because there's only 5 minutes left, but that's just all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorena Zuniga, and then John Griffin. Lorena Zuniga. Okay, John Griffin. And then Ruth Herbert.
I will let Ruth go. I'll be the closer. So if Ruth wants to speak.
Okay. Ruth Herbert.
Good evening, and thank you for listening. I'm a grandparent of students that attend Encore, and when my daughter and son-in-law insisted that they were coming to a performing arts school, I said, "Are you sure?" And I said, I have, as a retired educator and a coordinator of academic competitions, I said to them, well, do they meet the A to G requirements, and are they accredited? When I received yes on that note, I said, well, let's see how it turns out. My grandkids were always honor students. One is 7th grade here, the other is 10th. But when they began here, they continued the academics. And I was hoping so much that I said, well, let's hope they get some of the Riverside teachers that they had in science fair, because San Bernardino County, which I worked for, always lost in that category, and I'm saying Riverside has it. So let's hope some of those teachers are part of the faculty. Well, my grandkid, I'm saying Encore is excellent for them because I thought my kids had hit the trifecta because the academics are great. The performing arts invigorate them, and my oldest said, it calms me, the performing arts calm me for the academics. So, and then they feel safe. At the schools they attended in San Bernardino County, actually Redlands Unified, I won't mention what school, they didn't feel the culture was different. And when they attended Encore, they were eager. They're anxious to get up at 5:45, meet the bus, and come. So when I see that the academics are there, the school meets the requirements, they're accredited, I'm thinking something else is missing. So I'm asking the board, tell us what is missing, can we fix it, and keep the school going. And to Encore, reach out to your parents, reach out to grandparents. We are old, but we are talented. So we will help.
Thank you. John Griffin.
President Alavi, Dr. Henson, and esteemed board members. I will try to keep it brief because I know we're also on a time limit. And I also want to thank all of you for having us here tonight. I want to thank everyone that came out in support, family, students, friends. For those who are a member of the board, you know that when I've come here, they usually try to shut me up because I am the long-winded one in the family. So I want to first of all say, 5 years ago we came to the board and asked to let us come here and create a performing arts school. The board strongly approved, and we have never questioned whether the board believed in the school or not. Please understand that. We've always felt that in our communications with the board that we've had your support, and we truly appreciate that. A couple things I want to address real quickly, and just quick notes. The comment from our USD's attorney saying, how could Encore feel like they were blindsided? I know you've gotten the emails over the course of the weekend talking about like schools, and as Dr. Lewis and I have said, we'll agree to disagree. Part of that we sent out, we actually went and took our seniors that were our juniors that tested and sent you the test scores of the schools they actually would be attending. The law states equal or better than where they came from. We showed that to you. I hope you believe the stats that we gave you. Here is this is the biggest thing that hurts me, and because of the comments of the district wants to work with us. In 2018, we were given a letter of violation. After 9 months of investigation, never once being asked for a question until we were in front of the school district's attorneys, never once were we asked a question until we were being deposed. In June of that year, we were told we were cleared and we were put in good standing back with the district, voted on by the board. Notice of concern. We were given us a notice of concern at the beginning of the school year regarding other items that had come up, also from previous employees. With that said, even Dr. Lewis said that we had met, we were accommodating, and we're following through with everything that was asked for us in questions, and we said we look forward to working with you in the future. However, at no point in the 4.5 years, if we've had a letter of violation, a letter of concern, why is it we were not told that you were that concerned about our academics? We were never a letter of notice regarding our academics, no letter of concern regarding our academics, and we even showed you the districts that we compare ourselves from. I'm sorry, I know we get 3 minutes. Can I have 30 seconds more, please? We showed you the areas that our kids come from, and a comment that was made to us is that you're too broad. We're too broad. Well, I'm sorry that if I'm looking at a school that encompasses the entire Inland Empire, that we want to compare our 11th grade to 11th grade, 7th grade to 7th grade. And with that said, because we're being too broad, we took the time to give you exactly where our kids come from. But I want to remind you, why weren't we ever asked? Why were it never brought to our attention that this is enough to shut down the school? All these other items you came up, and that's going to be brought up by the attorneys. They're going to say, you had this, you had this. Why are we being blindsided? 5 years since we were approved, nobody has ever said, you know what, we're so concerned about your test scores, we think we might shut you down because of it. That's a blindside. To find out Thursday, as we're going into a long weekend, that we're being compared to different schools that we were never even addressed for. We asked 2 years ago to actually sit down with staff and ask to actually discuss what is a like school. Because we are, for lack of better terms, a unicorn. When you ask our parents and you see the letters that have come through, we do not fit the mold. We are the square peg in a round hole. And
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
So with that said, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. One moment.
How many, Mrs. Allaby, thank you, President Allaby. How many cards do you have left? 60.
But I can read fast.
Wait, ma'am, thank you. I have the, thank you, ma'am. Just a moment. There's been a lot of repetitive, and I can understand that, the compassion. I've certainly enjoyed the students. This is a very important item. I would ask if the board would agree to add another 20 minutes. I don't know how you can get 60, but please, if my colleagues approve this, please, with all sincerity, you know, if it was 12 years ago with Encore, my oldest daughter would have gone, I'm sure. I understand it. I have a downtown office, and I won't go on, Mrs. Allaby. I have a downtown office. I walk on the mall every day. I see you kids. I never tell you who I am, and I ask who they are, and having a good time. But tonight, this is important, so I would ask the board, I would motion, Mrs. Allaby, I'd offer a motion to allow another 20 minutes of public comment with asking folks to, you know, what she said now and then, okay? So that is my motion.
There's been a motion.
I'll second that motion, but I just want to.
I just want to clarify, though, that my initial motion that I'd made was exactly for this purpose, because I wanted to ensure that everybody had a chance to speak. So I just want to say that for the record.
Well, that still may be kind of tight unless we get very, very brief, okay? Will they vote on this, please? We have a motion. Mr. Hunt? Okay, 20 more minutes. We are taking these comments in order of the cards.
And we'll love to implement a 1 minute time frame. If
Okay.
you guys want to put that, could you all please? I know some of you have letters that you want to read. I will ask this one lady to go first. I know she's in order, but she has a very special letter. What is your name? Roberta Cooper.
Okay.
So that's the only one I would ask to put out of order.
Okay.
Okay, other than that, please, 1 minute. Thank you.
Good evening, and I appreciate this very much. I'll make it very quickly, okay, so bear with me. After a difficult transition in his 7th grade in his home school, where my nephew was befriended by the wrong kinds of peers who encouraged and displayed and influenced poor behaviors and utter disrespect, Encore Junior Senior High School for the Arts was a breath of fresh air, a new opportunity for a new beginning towards a positive and successful education for him in a much more encouraging and supportive environment that felt much safer for all. At this time last year, he was struggling to get a 2.0 GPA. Fast forward to this year, he is engaging and taking pride in his schoolwork and is currently earning straight A's. Jace is an amazing young man. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to say his name, but well. With a bright mind and future ahead. He is a genuine to all who meet him. In his home school, he struggled with peers who took advantage of his kind spirit, exploiting his willingness to follow rather than lead. These peers would convince him to do things that were not always appropriate, always having a good excuse. Once he would do as they asked, they would leave him hanging out to dry for their own misplaced amusement when he would get in a lot of trouble. Phone calls home to mom almost every day. Jace's mother wanted much better for her son than he was getting in this homeschool. Staff wasn't willing to help and be proactive in changes in the school to make it a better learning environment. His 2 other brothers experienced horrible issues there as well. She decided to take things into her own hands and researched and did the legwork necessary to find a better fit for her son where he could be successful, both academically and socially. After much researching, soul-searching, and discovery, she discovered Encore Junior and Senior High School for the Arts, a school with good academic marks and the added bonus of catering to his interests and love of arts and music. To now rip this amazing experience and opportunity straight out from underneath him, as well as from all the other Encore students, will be detrimental and tantamount to squandering their future potential in the areas that give them the most happiness and pride, as well as harm their current academic progress. Children who are happy, supported, encouraged, and feel safe and protected excel and learn environments such as Encore provides. Encore is not a substandard, subpar school. They are a school that actively seeks to achieve excellence in academics as well as the arts and music that they also offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Parks and then Emma Parks. Janet Parks and then Emma Parks.
I just
pulled down the mic. Thank you.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I was a teacher and an assistant principal for a long time in Corona Norco. And I wanted my granddaughter to come to Encore High School, and she did. So in talking about her grades and her success, it's a credit to her and her teachers who've been willing to coach and assist her artistically and academically. It is their time given personally and personal attention for students that makes Encore High School so exciting and special for all students. They are allowed to be who they are and grow and grow. Encore recently received a 6-year WASC accreditation. Yay. As such, a school which provides education for students such as Emma should be allowed to continue to provide for their students so that artists of all kinds can prepare for their dreams here in Riverside, California.
Thank you. Emma? And then Julia Dolph. Dolph.
Hello, my name is Emma Parks, and I am a senior at Encore High School. I just wanted to let you know that I have been accepted into 3 colleges so far, and I have auditions for 2 others. Thank you. I have recently been in the hospital, and I have made a friend there, and I have talked to her, and she has been bullied, and I have talked to her about my school, and she's actually looking forward to my school. And once she gets out, she's going to be attending Encore High School for the Arts because she has academic struggles and she wants to learn and have friends and not be bullied for her reasons. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Julia Dolph, and then Joshua Barkdell.
Good evening. My name is Mrs. Dolph, and I am the Dean of Academics for Encore High School. I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate not only my entire staff who's standing inside as well as outside those doors right now, both doors. I want to also congratulate my students on an amazing AWASP report that we just got. 6 years, guys. That's an absolute, an amazing job. Thank you so much. I love to work with my staff. We work together to create action plans, and as a former English and history teacher for Encore in the middle school, it's great to work with my staff on a continuous basis weekly to create these action plans based on dashboard results and our curriculum assessments to see this growth. And it's been proven that we are growing. Once the kids get to middle school with us, we have shown on testing scores that our high school kids, when they stay with us in middle school through high school, have achieved so much. And I'm so proud of our high school kids. I'm proud of our middle kids for their hard work and determination. $5 million in scholarships already, guys, and this is amazing. At Encore, we would love to cycle through a full run of our kids through all 6 years so we can actually measure this success. So I encourage you guys to just look at my students, my kids, the tears in their eyes. It's not tears of sadness, it's tears of them working hard. And working hard not just for themselves, but for this amazing school that they call Encore. Thank you.
Joshua Barkdale, and then Donna Cathy.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I will keep my remarks incredibly short because I want you guys to hear from more of these amazing students. I am a teacher at Encore. And I understand that there are concerns about the school. No school is perfect. But one thing that I have learned as a teacher is that when somebody doesn't live up to quite their full potential, the absolute worst thing you can do is give up on them. So I just ask you, don't give up on us. Give us a chance to address the issues. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Donna Cathy, and then Kylie Stosman.
My name is Donna Cathy. I'm an attorney. I live in Irvine, California, Orange County. I have 2 kids who attend OSHA, 1 child who attends OSHA, 2 who attend Encore. The reason I drive out here every day to take my kids to Encore is because it has possibilities and opportunities that are not present in any other school that I found in Southern California, and I have looked. My kids were left out because my youngest has severe anxiety and could not speak up for himself, and the teachers were too busy with their other students to notice that he wasn't getting it, and they were okay leaving him behind. My daughter was bullied by her teacher because of her ADHD challenges. Encore has addressed these problems. My kids are flourishing. They are speaking up for themselves. They are making friends. This did not happen in a public school, and it is because of what Encore does. For example, for dyslexia, they offer Chromebooks and online materials. Those materials give my kids access that they wouldn't have if they were using textbooks. They use, their Chromebooks also keep them from losing materials because of her ADHD and executive functioning disorders. Also, with the accommodations that the special education team has developed for my kids are gaining confidence and self-esteem And because of that, they are getting straight A's in school. So the academics, the special ed, all works, as well as mixing in all of the arts that everybody has talked about. I agree with everything everyone has said. The arts, the academics, it all comes together for these kids, and it would be an absolute shame, and you would lose the feather in your cap that Riverside has that are drawing people to this community because of Encore. Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie Stroosman and then Aldora Thackeray.
I came to Encore for refuge, to get away from the constant bullying I was experiencing at all of the other schools that I went to. Refuge is exactly what I found in Encore. Everyone was so loving and accepting. I'm so grateful for this safe haven, and I don't think I could find it anywhere else. Being in such a loving and accepting environment helped me come to terms with my sexuality, and it was still very hard. I have scars on my arms from it, but I do believe that if I didn't have my Encore family here to love and accept me, they would still be cuts instead of faded pink lines. I have found a healthy release. I have found a healthy release for my stress and anxiety doing the things I love in my CERT classes. It has helped me a lot mentally and physically. I am in much better shape than I was, and it also helps my mental health too. That's another thing I love about Encore. You have so many opportunities with music, dance, circ, acrobatics, and aerial. You can customize your classes to the T and do what you actually want to do. I get to spend my days doing things I actually love, and I'm so grateful to have the privilege to come to the school. I love it so much, and I can't imagine my life without it. Thank you.
Adora Thackeray and then Gianna Lopez.
Good evening. I'm the screenwriting teacher at Encore. I have amazing students. I mean, they are amazing. They have won contests. They've been hired by YouTube to put movies on YouTube, by YouTube. They've won contests where with the Art and Writing Foundation, and they've won a contest and that's taken them to Hollywood overnight and been treated to red carpet for a script for directing change, yes, suicide prevention. Just saying, I'm very proud of my students, and I just implore you to reconsider this. That's all. Thank you.
Gianna Lopez and then Krista Perez.
Hi, I am Gianna Lopez. I'm 8th grade and I go to Encore. I just want to say Encore has changed my life a lot. My grandpa has recently passed, and Encore has coped with me to change that. I'm excited every day to come home and tell my mom about my day. It really makes me happy that I can perform and be who I am and not get judged for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Krista Perez and then Giselle Lopez. Krista? Krista? Do we not have Krista? Giselle Lopez?
Hi, my daughter Gianna just talked. It's been a very hard year for us as a family. She was very close to her grandpa, and he died suddenly. And Encore was there for her. The students, the staff, Mrs. Ball, all the teachers were amazing. I reached out to them and asked if they could help her with her academics when she fell behind. And of course they did. They were there for her emotionally. They helped her with her grades. And since then, she's on honor roll. She's on junior high ASB as vice president, and she's co-captain of the junior high dance team. Because of the support of this school, it's helped her get out of her shell. She suffers from anxiety, and the school has accepted her. Her peers have accepted her. So to take this away from her would be very hard for her and a lot of kids around here. So please consider to keep Encore open, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Tracy Gibbons and then Roberta Cooper. Tracy? Tracy? No, Tracy. Okay, Roberta Coop. Oh, is Tracy here?
Sorry, I was in the back corner, way back there behind all these amazing people. We fully agree with everything everybody said. I know you guys keep hearing all the same stories again and again. And just personal to my family, I have 2 boys in Encore. One's a senior this year, one's a sophomore. They came in just excited that they can continue their tumbling because they were gymnasts. They would spend hours at school, come home, do homework, rush off to gymnastics practice, and there was really no family time at the end of the day. So Encore allowed them to kind of put that into their school day so we could have the family time at home. And with that, it exposed them to all kinds of new things, singing and dancing and circus arts, which they can't find that at different schools. My kids haven't ever really struggled academically. They've been advanced, and so to try to find a school that will also challenge that has been great here. They are challenged in their classes. There's honors classes, there's AP classes. My oldest son has multiple academic success scholarships that he's been offered. And I think one of the biggest things, one of the more heartstring things in our family is that my son, who's now a senior, when he was a freshman, he came in just very quiet, approached his counselor that he had thoughts of suicide. She created a safe space for him to come and talk to her. And, sorry, it's kicking me. To come and talk to her and share his feelings. They brought it to us. His friends had reached out to him, teachers, the counselor. He's now on 3 teams. He actually tours with one of his teams to elementary schools and speaks to kids in big groups like this on anti-bullying. And so they've grown him from this kind of quiet, timid kid who didn't feel like he had anything in him to a success, somebody who feels successful. So it's a big part of Encore is just the well-rounded students they create.
Thank you. Roberta Cooper, and then Christiana Roca. Roberta? No Roberta? Okay, then Christiana Roca? No? Okay. Then Nico, take us. Talk us?
Hello. My name is Christiana Roca. I'm a senior at Encore, and I started there in 8th grade in 2015. I feel like I've grown so much since I started there. I mean, I'm speaking right now, and I have a lot of anxiety, but I've had so many classes where I've had to present and perform, and so many teachers have had like unique projects where I have to get up, and so I'm here. And well, I feel like I've done really well academically here because I was really bad at math since like 2nd grade, and then in 9th grade, you know, I had the best grade in my class. And I've been a 4.0 student. I have straight A's right now. So, I mean, I feel like I'm doing pretty okay, you know? And I feel like I've grown as an artist a lot from all of the art classes I've had here. And, you know, I have so many interests and passions now for different types of art. And, you know, I want that to be my career. I want to go to college. I want to get a Bachelor for Arts, you know? And I would say that without Encore, this wouldn't have happened. So I really want Encore to keep on going, you know, for other kids like me to be able to grow and, you know, live nicely. Thank you.
Thank you. Nico Takas, and then Jenna Snowball. Snowball.
Hi everyone, my name is...
Bring the mic, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm very short. Hi everyone, my name is Nico Takach. First thing I'm gonna say is, personally, I love this school so much. And I learned so much from this school. We do unbelievable things. Like, oh my gosh. Like, like how we include the arts with our academics. Like, we get to build diagrams in science. I personally want to be a scientist. So I'm like, when we get to like do things and we get to like incorporate math with our arts, we get to do these these boards, and it's just, it's so amazing. Another thing I'd like to point out is I have a job now because of Encore. So I'm using my visual arts to paint a mural for my new neighbors. They heard I'm from Encore. They came over and was like, hey, you want to paint a mural for us? Well, it's a job, and now I'm probably babysitting their kids too. So I love Encore so much. The academics are amazing. The science, the math, it's amazing. I have so much fun here. I've never felt left out with this school. This school is my home, and I really don't want to see it get shut down. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Jenna Snowball, and then Leticia Contreras. I don't know if they have.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jenna Snowball, and I do enrollment and marketing at Encore Riverside. And I'm going to make it quick because the kids' speeches are more important. But I brought a few things for you guys. Just you guys are hearing everything that our students do and how they feel. But I wanted to bring some magazines and show you the amazing work that our students do, the photography, the dances, the costume. This is a direct reflection of what our kids do.
You can bring it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I also brought, we have a lot of students that couldn't be here, and so they wanted to send letters to you guys. So I have hundreds of letters from students.
Thank
that,
you.
That
We'll take those too.
Thank you so much.
Leticia Contreras.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for hearing us all speak. I'm the mother of Genesee and Yasmin Contreras. I hope that you can remember these girls' names or any of these names that were mentioned tonight. I just want to tell you that you are our family, and we are your family, and we don't give up on family. We fight for each other. We speak up for each other. And I hope and I pray that you guys would have that in your hearts. We promise we won't let you down. We won't let you down. We will make this city proud. We are proud of this city. I live in Fontana, and I know there's a lot of kids that drive all over the place. As a student, Ignacio, I found out his story, and it made me cry. He takes the bus an hour and a half for Moreno Valley. Hemet. He's in all the classes. He's a straight A student, if I'm not incorrect about that. But you have close to 800 students that need you. We need you. You are our family, and this will break our hearts. You have 61 districts that choose Riverside. Please, please reconsider. Thank you. God bless you guys.
Linnea Dominguez. Linnea Dominguez. Last speaker. She's coming.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Linnea Dominguez. My daughter's Abigail Dominguez. This is our third year here at Encore. And we moved to Altaloma because they had better scores. We thought she would do better in Altaloma. She struggled, and kids said she was weird. She had anxiety. PE teachers wanted her kids to pick teams, and she was always the last one to be picked, and her alarm would go off in the morning, and she told me that she would have tears and get anxiety because she didn't want to go to school, but she didn't tell the school because no one would listen, and they wouldn't change their ways. So we moved to Riverside. She's been going to Encore for the past 3 years. She loves school. She hates doing public speaking, so her teachers allow her to speak the presentation after class directly to the teacher. I don't know another school that would see her outside of being a student. They see her as being Abigail, my daughter, that they work with her issues. I love Encore. I love the staff. And when I park to drop her off in the morning and park in the afternoon, I see these kids, and I don't see poor, I don't see rich, I don't see popular. I see these kids that are comfortable and happy and healthy. So I ask that you you remember that and think about that. And it's for them, not us. Thank you.
I'll use the last 8 seconds. Thank you so much, board, for giving the extra time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I want to thank everybody for your attention, and I want to assure you that we did read all your emails that came, and we've been very interested in getting all the information we can, so thank you very, very much. It has been suggested that we take a 5-minute break, so we are going to do that right now. So I will adjourn, and we'll be back here at about 8:02.
I'm older, it takes a little longer.
She's probably just. I'm up at the front. I was waiting for you when you came in, but you didn't see me. I'm going. Like this. Yeah, I know, but I gotta go outside real quick and call Ralph because I pick up. She's not by 8. I gotta call them real quick. She's with her friends. I'm just going outside. Okay. Come outside? Okay. Like at the very end before she said 5 minutes, we're like, excuse me, I'm so sorry. My mom.
Meeting again, so please take a seat. Thank you very much. Now, staff is going to make a presentation. I would request that everybody please give them civility. Thank you very much. Dr. Lewis.
Mrs. Alavey, thank you. I'm not really sure how to begin this part. Dina and I were talking as behalf of legal counsel. You heard so many stories from students and community about they care about Encore. And that is from a dad, from an educator. That's what we hope for in our schools. Unfortunately, there's another side that we have to do. And we are tasked with that to bring to the board tonight a report. We are going to go over facts of the report that were written in the petition, and just to review the process for the members that are here. Once a petition is submitted, we begin our review. So we had a team between that December 20th to tonight, probably about a week ago until it was reviewed, of about 20 to 25 to even 30 people who go through that report. And we go line by line, we go item by item, writing down comments and notes, always comparing to statute. And that becomes the hard part in what we have to do, because there is a very clear statute in our state. With a charter school, it's not private. It is a public school that has to function with an oversight board and an oversight responsibility, which is Riverside Unified. So our team did that work, and we took that very, very seriously. We know what that means to Encore, and we know what that means to our community. So we're going to present those findings tonight, and for some of these, it may be very hard to hear. But again, from our perspective, we are going to bring you statute and fact based on law, based on how we have to provide that oversight responsibility. And that's our goal this evening. So we've prepared a report, not sure exactly how long we'll go, but at the end, if the board would like to interject with any questions, you may do so along the way, or we may do so at the end. Dina and I will stay together to answer those.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I'll turn over to Dina.
Thank you very much. And some of this is not all that exciting either. I can say it might be a little bit boring for some people in the audience, but it's important information that you need to have about the charter petition and Encore as you consider whether or not to renew their charter. So as was mentioned earlier, there's timelines, and you either grant or deny the petition tonight. It is, under the law, a 5-year renewal or not. There isn't a 1-year or 2-year. It's only 5 years. So that is the what you have in terms of options, in terms of timelines. Any denial has to be by law supported by written findings of fact. So that's why you have the proposed written findings of fact in front of you, because you would not have that option to deny if you did not have those to consider and then adopt if you decide to deny. Approval doesn't require the same findings of fact. But that is why there's so much detail in those, is so that you have that information, and also it empowers you to make an informed and proper choice. The legal standards, and this gets a little tedious sometimes, but the legal standards and criteria for reviewing and taking action on a renewal petition are set forth in the Education Code in the Charter Schools Act. Kind of as a general principle, the board shall grant a charter petition if it is satisfied that granting the charter is consistent with sound educational practice. And conversely, the board may deny a charter petition if it makes the factual findings specific to the petition to support one or more of the following findings. And I'm just going to highlight 3 of them because they're included in the report. 1, that the charter school presents an unsound educational program for the pupils to be enrolled in the charter school. 2, the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition. And the third one I want to highlight is the petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of 15 listed elements. And basically, a charter is the governing document for that school. It's supposed to describe the whole school. And so it needs to include reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the educational program, of measurable pupil outcomes and how those are measured, governance structure, employee qualifications, health and safety, you get the idea, all of these things. And all of those things need to be reasonably comprehensive because that's what they're held to. Down the road, if they violate their charter, they can be issued notice of violation. They can actually be even revoked. So that's why there needs to be a description in the charter petition to not only inform families of what their program is, but also to hold them accountable to what they're promising the board. So that's the purpose of that piece of it. And that was the piece that Dr. Lewis talked about, where it was reviewed broadly by district employee experts, really, I like to call them, because they're experts in all these various areas, is they were looking to see whether it was reasonably comprehensive in their respective areas in the educational program, or in finances, or in health and safety, et cetera. So that's where a lot of where that review came in. So of those three findings that I mentioned, any one of those can be a basis for denial. It doesn't have to be all three, it doesn't have to be more than one. So any one of those, just to kind of keep that in mind. For a renewal, the law actually provides additional requirements, and it's very specific, and I'm going to read what some of those are. So there's actually a higher standard at renewal than on an initial petition. For renewal, this is a couple different things. It has to include reasonably comprehensive descriptions of any new requirements that were enacted into law since the last approval. So that's one thing. They need to update their petition to be current with law. That's one thing. Another thing is that the charter authority is required to, it says shall consider, and that's you, the charter authority, shall consider increases in pupil academic achievement for all numerous groups and pupils and subgroups served by the charter school as the most important factor in determining whether to grant the charter renewal. That's quoted from the Ed Code in 47607. Also, the chartering authority, and that's you, shall consider the past performance of the school's academics, finances, and operation in evaluating the likelihood of future success, along with future plans for improvement, if any. So it's what's in the charter petition, yes, but you're also looking at past performance and you're looking at academics. And that's where those things have been discussed here. There's also for renewal very specific academic requirements. Aside from saying that your increases in academics is supposed to be treated as the most important factor, there's actually a sort of an objective standard. And one of those is that the charter must show either of these. Either increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils, school-wide and among numerically significant pupil groups. Okay, so increases in all of those pupil groups, or, and this is where we get into the whole school comparison discussion, what you've seen or heard, is if that can't happen, and in this particular case they can't show that because there have been decreases in academic performance according to academic standardized testing. So since they weren't able to show that, the only other possibility of allowing a renewal under the law is if the chartering authority, and that's you, must determine that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school pupils would otherwise have been required to attend, as well as the academic performance of schools in the school district in which the charter school is located, take into account the composition of pupil population that is served at the charter school. And that's further defined to say this determination of academic performance must be based on 1, documented and clear and convincing data, 2, pupil achievement data from standardized assessments for demographically similar pupil populations in the comparison schools, and 3, information submitted by the charter school. So I know that's kind of boring reading the Ed Code, but that is the standard for the academic performance. And as I'm going to mention, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, the district found that these standards were not satisfied. Okay, so I'm going to go through what the primary findings are. But just as you know, the summary conclusion of all of this is that after careful review of the petition, there have been significant deficiencies found in the petition that the staff believes warrants denial. Alternatively, the board may grant the renewal petition for 5 years if it's satisfied that Encore presents a sound educational program and has demonstrated academic performance comparable to schools with similar pupil populations, which is the standard I just read. And that wasn't the conclusion of staff. Okay, so I want to review the proposed findings of fact. I won't read everything, but I want to highlight some of the main points. The first one is that the petitioners have failed to demonstrate that Encore satisfies the academic performance criteria. I went through that. I just want to point out that in the report, I actually take their data, their graph, their tables from their petition and cut and paste it into my report. So this is something that they presented as what they believed was good information to show progress, and it showed decline. It showed decreases in academic performance. So it's not as though we came up with only our set of numbers or criteria. It was based on the information they presented in the charter petition. And that had to do with not showing increases in academic performance. They also selected a few schools that they wanted to use as comparison schools in Harupa and Marana Valley, and they did not have close to the same demographics. And so the district did their best to try to find something as demographically similar as possible, both within the district and in the region. And in comparing those schools, and they are demographically similar, Encore fell significantly behind in all areas, or against, well, I think all the schools that were selected. So anyway, I don't want to spend more time on that. I think everyone's kind of in agreement that the two sides disagree on that point. But that is the one, kind of the threshold piece that was important. The second thing I wanted to, the second finding is that the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition. The first area of concern here has to do with finances. They put together a budget that the district's finance folks believe is not based on realistic assumptions, such as ADA. Their ADA, which has to do with attendance, enrollment, is currently at 92.6, and they did all of their estimates based on a 94 ADA, which inflates the revenue. And the district believes that's an unrealistic assumption. They also used an incorrect COLA, a higher COLA than the current COLA, 3% instead of 2.29. But I think one thing that was maybe the most kind of shocking to me is that they have not, and this is again straight from your finance folks, historically Encore has not accurately predicted its revenue and expenditures, I mean, to a pretty significant, like serious error. In 2016-17, an ending balance of $678,000 was adopted in the budget, but the year end ended with a balance of a negative $48,000. So that's off by more than $700,000. In 2017-18, an ending balance of $413,000 was adopted in the budget, but the year ended with an ending balance of negative $799,000. So that's off what? $1,200, I can't even add it up. Yeah, more than $1 million. In 2018-19, an ending balance of $323,000 was adopted in the budget, but the year ended with an ending balance of negative $696,000. So those are significant, not only problems, that's a significant financial problem that they have, but they also are not able to even accurately predict what their budget is from year to year. They should be having a reserve. I think the fact that they said that they are going to have to close immediately indicates the extent of their fiscal difficulties and the fact that they don't have a reserve. So all of this actually really reflects fiscal mismanagement. That's a basis of revocation, not only just non-renewal, but revocation. And so that's one of the main concerns in terms of looking at whether they're demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program in the future. And based on that past performance, they've demonstrated they are not likely to successfully implement the program. Another piece had to do with, and this was referenced by Mr. Griffin, is the non-compliance findings that have been kind of issued to them over the year, or over the past few years. One had to do with was a notice of violations that came to this board after an investigation. And in there were findings that they had failed to conduct proper background checks for criminals and actually had hired a felon, for example, without a proper background check knowingly. There was also failure to comply with the Political Reform Act, failure to comply with the Brown Act, failure to consistently, and also failure to meet generally accepted accounting principles or engage in fiscal mismanagement. Those were the findings that you folks had issued. And yes, there was a corrective action plan, and that ended up being, the board did not move forward with a revocation based on what they had committed to do in terms of that corrective action plan. And then last year, there was a letter of concern, which didn't come to you, it came from staff, concerned about various findings of noncompliance that came from different agencies, such as the California Department of Education, and that had to do with some non-discrimination language in their materials and website, et cetera. Also, the results of the WASC, they were put on a 1-year probation. And some of the concerns there had to do with teachers not following the curriculum, high staff turnover, inadequate facilities, and a lack of financial reserves. And that was the WASC findings. They have since had that lifted, and so they have their 6-year accreditation, so that's great. But it shows a pattern or a history of having difficulty either understanding or having the capability to comply with all of these various laws and requirements. There was also facilities concerns. Aside from the facilities concerns, the charter petition by law is supposed to require certain elements. One of them is identifying the facilities, and they're not there. So that's just doesn't meet the legal criteria of even a valid, a legally sufficient charter petition. There was no indication of an address or what their facility plan was. Also, independent study was a concern about their ability to implement the program properly. This is something that is, from what I can tell, relatively new to them. They're shifting to a traditional independent study or hybrid kind of option, and yet the petition showed reflected no understanding of what the legal requirements were for that kind of a program, and there are quite a few, and that affects funding. If you are not doing it properly, it affects your ADA. So there's a concern there. The racial and ethnic balance, there's a requirement that they have a plan in their to show how they're going to reach a racial and ethnic balance that's reflective of the community. And in their plan from this time was identical to the plan 5 years ago, and yet there had been it isn't reflective of the community. So there's no reason to believe that it would be successful this time around either. And actually more than that, I will skip ahead a little bit. The law currently requires that also include a balance of special education and English language students, and that wasn't addressed at all in the petition, even though that's a new legal requirement. So that's just something that was overlooked. Which could be a concern because their English learner population is extremely low. It's 3%. One thing that is not in the report, but is a continuing concern in terms of the ability to successfully implement the program, is Brown Act compliance. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was a finding of Brown Act noncompliance. The district doesn't check every agenda, go to every meeting and so forth. So it doesn't know if there are repeated Brown Act violations until it either comes to their attention or they take a look. So I was asked to take a look at their board meetings this year, and by law, they're now required to post them on the internet, either a video or audio, because they are a nonprofit that has multiple charter schools in multiple counties, and they have these new requirements. So in those 3 Brown Act meetings that I viewed, there were 3 board meetings that I reviewed, there were significant Brown Act violations in each of them. And just to give you an example, in the January 13th, 2020 meeting, the agenda for the meeting was misdated. Instead of January 13th, it was January 10th. So no one would know that the meeting was occurring if that's what was posted, was that agenda. And even on the video, they corrected it. Oh, well, let's correctly approve the agenda. Oh, no, okay, let's go ahead and correct the date because today is the 13th. So anyway, that obviously was not a properly noticed meeting. There also, on January 29th, there was a special meeting at 8 in the morning that lasted 6 minutes. And a quorum was not present, and yet they approved up to $3 million loan. Not a quorum, that's a major Brown Act violation. Another one I looked at, February, again, these are just 3 meetings and each one had a problem. February 3rd, 2020, a quorum was also not present for that meeting. 3 people out of 6 on the board. Even roll call was taken. Down 6 people named, only 3 were there, and they continued on with the meeting. So when asked about this, Encore's leadership didn't think there was a problem. They thought they were fine. They had a quorum. They only had 5 board members, not 6, and whatever. So I guess this just shows a serious ongoing concern about understanding the legal requirements and the ability and willingness to comply with those. These are these can result in criminal violations or penalties. They can invalidate actions. I mean, as you know, they're pretty significant. And this is despite the fact they had already had a notice of violation and a plan that included training. So I'll kind of move on. Number 3, the other finding is the petition fails to include reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all the required elements. This is the one I usually spend the most time on these reports because there usually isn't all this other stuff. But in this section, there are several parts in the petition that did not include reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the program in the opinion of staff. The English, and I'll just highlight them, the English Learner Program, for example, doesn't mention anything about designated EL instruction or integrated EL instruction. It's just very generalized. Special education, it doesn't really talk about how it serves students with all types of disabilities, regardless of the extent of their disabilities. They have a full inclusion program, which is great for those for which that's appropriate. But there was no discussion of what if that isn't appropriate, and that's not going to be appropriate for all students with disabilities, and how are those students going to be served? And how are those students going to be served in an independent study type of program if that's what they want to do? There just wasn't a discussion of that. Annual goals and actions are supposed to be by each subgroup of pupils, and that didn't exist in their LCAP description. It was really kind of generalized. The curriculum, there was a concern that the curriculum lacked information about current key educational theories and research that support and inform the updated educational programs. So they had recently updated their educational program at both the junior high and high school level. And I think at the junior high they have 4 90-minute all-year classes, and it's pretty significant, but there was a concern from staff that it wasn't research-based, it wasn't research-supported, and there was no discussion of that. And it is a pretty significant change in their program. Same concern about independent study. Again, they do not appear to be prepared to successfully implement an independent study program. It wasn't described in the petition sufficiently. Measurable pupil outcomes were also an area that didn't have the level of detail. Governing board, this was a concern because it sounds like a lot of people know it, but it wasn't described in their petition, that their nonprofit board is the governing board for both charter schools, one here in Riverside, one in Hesperia, that are under different charter numbers. They are authorized by different districts. They have different students, different revenue streams. However, that wasn't discussed in how that works. Do they have protocols and policies in place to ensure there's no improper commingling of funds, for example, to make sure the ADA for these students aren't going to support this other school because they might be in a pinch without proper paperwork or protocols or standards in place to ensure against kind of this cost, or shifting. Also, I do believe they probably have cost sharing. I think I recognize that in the budget, but it doesn't describe what defines that. So there's just a lot of concern about the governance structure, but it doesn't describe it well enough in the petition. Employee qualifications. There have been some concern. There have been some credentialing concerns in the past, and the petition did not include a reasonably comprehensive description of the qualifications of all the individuals to be employed. It sort of suggested something, about teachers not having more time to get their credential, but that only applies to those who are in non-core, non-college prep areas. So it just kind of was overbroad. Health and safety, there was some deficits in that area, including pieces about child reporting, child abuse reporters, child nutrition, and I'll also add, because I just learned this in the last week, is that they have a busing program, and by law, they're required to have a transportation safety plan if they have buses, and there was no mention of that, so I don't know if they do or don't. It should have been included as a legal update to their petition, and it wasn't. We already talked about the demographic balance being a concern. Okay, so that's the detail of the report, and all of those collectively, the staff believes supports the finding that the charter school presents an unsound educational program for the students to be enrolled in the charter school. And in light of that, all of these things has recommended that a denial of the renewal is appropriate. So I'm open to answer any questions that you have.
Yes, I just wanted to go back, if you would, to Mrs. Griffin's comment that the petition could be approved with conditions. What was she referring to?
No, the law doesn't provide for that. It is done sometimes, but there really isn't any legal enforcement of it. It can't be, it's either approved or it's not approved. And if it's approved, it's for 5 years. Something that sometimes I see will be, but we're approving, but you need to fix all of these problems. And if you don't to our satisfaction by next year, this time, or 6 months, we're going to initiate revocation proceedings. That would be the way to enforce it, is through revocation proceedings. That's a long process. It requires the notice of violation, a lot of document production, a hearing, an opportunity to cure and correct, a lot of back and forth, and it's longer than the renewal process. So that's how I've seen it in terms of enforcement of conditions, quote unquote, but the law doesn't provide for that.
Okay. Mr. Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Alley. And to follow up to Mrs. Allaby's question, if they were renewed, my understanding is that we are then required to send a letter to an explanation of why it was renewed to the superintendent of schools or the California Department of Education.
That's right, the state's superintendent, yeah.
So, based on all that you've said, what would that letter say?
I would struggle with what that letter would say, because it specifically says if you're using as your justification for renewing the academic criteria on that the comparison schools, you have to send the documentation to support that, along with a summary of how that's met. Okay. We have tried. So we have, and it should be based, the charter school should be able to produce that information and hasn't been able to. I mean, the staff actually has been looking for justification to give you that option about this is what is a fair comparison of schools based on demographics. And in light of that, yes, we think that they perform equal or better than those schools. So I agree with you. The information has to be sent to the superintendent. We would do our best to try to justify it, but I would have a struggle with that.
Let me ask you a question about one of our speakers said, and I know I've talked to Mr. Griffin about this before, that Encore is a junior high school and a high school together. So how does that affect it when we, Dr. Lewis, look at the comparables? I mean, well, STEM's got junior high kids too, I guess, right? So I almost answered my question, didn't I? Go ahead.
You did, in essence. Mr. Griffin and I did speak as well, and he's right. It is a challenge. It's it's an atypical type of structure where you would see a 7-12 where we live in one comparison. So what staff attempted to do is we looked at like demographic intermediate schools that had 7 and 8 and ran comparison. Then we looked at like high schools based on demographic and ran comparison. Okay, and that's where it came in. And their free and reduced lunch numbers, which is, for the audience, that's a measure of poverty, and first of all, what is Riverside Unified's free and reduced lunch? Maybe. Mays, correct me if I'm wrong with the number. I believe it's right around 66, 67%. All right, thank you. So to compare that to Encore's free and reduced lunch is 32.8. Okay. And do we know? I'm going to just go if you don't mind, Ms. Al, I'm going to just go to the finances for a minute. Is it my understanding that Encore has sold their account receivables to stay level, or is that something I misread in the report?
No, I heard that from your staff.
Okay, so I'm sorry, then that's fine.
That they sold their account receivables for cash.
And there was a concern by our auditors about, if I understand correctly, mixing of Encore dollars, ADA dollars, et cetera, and using ASB funds, Associated Student Body funds, to pay some general obligation or whatever. Could you help me understand that?
You are correct. During the audit that was conducted, I believe it was last fall, part of the audit firm did find there were misappropriation of funds that were intended for students that were used in other areas, so that was a part of a finding of the report.
Do we know if those funds intended for students were replenished when they made this mistake, whatever, and used it for whatever general funds?
That was part of their remedy plan.
Oh, was it? Okay. And it did. And how long have they...
Along with training and following appropriate manuals and adopting FCMAT procedures, et cetera.
Dr. Lewis, what was the date of our notice of corrective action plan? Do you recall? I'm just trying to understand this blindside, quote unquote, hit. And I just, I've known about this for a while, but so how were they blindsided? When did we not inform over the last 5 years and that sort of thing? I mean,
with all due respect to Mr. Griffin and his comments, I would respectfully disagree. We have sat, since I have joined the RUSD team, at numerous points to discuss
how long ago was
progress.
that, Dr. Lewis?
I believe this is year 4 that I am in.
Thank
So
you.
going back roughly 3.5 years of working. The notice of violation was issued in March of 2018. The letter of concern was issued in August of 2019. In those audits, they did, or in the letters of concern and notice of violation, it was much broader than academics because of the findings that were there as well. But with both of those notices in these procedural standpoints, one would be aware that there are severe concerns on behalf of the oversight parties.
And plus, they run the Hesperia School for 10 years now, I think, right? So they understand renewals, or whatever it is. I mean, it's a while. All right, thank you, Mrs. Alavial. And they do receive, Ms. Harris, they receive the same funds. It's ADA state funds, right?
Absolutely. They're ADA funded by the state.
Okay, and then they can have fundraisers and that sort of thing.
Sure.
I mean, I know they rented out their parking lot for Festival Lights, and that brought some money in. That's good for them. But can you help me understand, because you did bring it up, and it's important to this board. If we don't renew, Mrs. Gifford, the president of Encore, has said that she closes the school tomorrow. How would that be different if we did review? What's the financial that I'm missing? What makes, I know she told us she lost 50 students, that's 7% of her population. Okay, but what is leading us to, how do you close tomorrow if we don't renew, but if we do renew, they don't close tomorrow? Because the money's a dollar's a dollar.
Yeah, I can't answer for them on that, and in fact, that should never happen. There should always be funding because they're fully funded by the state through the rest of the school year, and they should have a reserve. So there should never be the need for that if they were managing things properly. I can't answer for her on why she would close it.
And Ms. Harris, who, by the way, you are legal counsel on this, and your firm specializes in this. Are they required, and Ms. Kakish, if I'm wrong, I apologize, but we're required to have a 2% reserve, or is that right?
Yes, our district has a higher revenue projection. Over 100 million is required 2%. Below that, it's a 3%.
So below that's 3%.
Yeah, the lower the amount of revenue you have, the higher percentage for reserve, because anything can fluctuate the budget sideways.
Is a charter school, a public funded charter school, are they required to have a reserve?
Yes, reserve of 3%. For them, it'll be much lower than, our reserve is 2% at $10 million. Their reserve is much lower. Right now, they're in the negative. They don't have anything for the reserve.
Remind me why it's necessary, the state requires a district or a charter to have a reserve.
In order for a district to make payroll in a timely fashion for the employees, that reserve gives you an opportunity to, in the event a surprise or a financial issue happens, it gives you an opportunity to go borrow funds against the state funds in order to meet payroll. And it only really, for public entities, it only makes up 2 weeks worth of payroll, but it's just enough for an entity to borrow money to make sure they make payroll.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I'll have more later, but
Thank you. I had a question, and maybe you can help me. I'm concerned about the academic shifts that I'm reading about, where they were classroom-based, and then we've gone to independent study-based. Is that explained in the charter petition?
So it's not 100%. They're offering independent study as an option, And my understanding is they actually already started doing that, even though it wasn't part of their old petition. But they are doing that or classroom or what they call a hybrid. I don't know the percentages of what they're proposing, and I didn't see that.
Okay, well, one of the problems in
Yeah, exactly. There's a lack of detail in the report. That's part of the concern.
Right. One of the problems, of course, is math, and to be fair, math's a problem all over. So it's not just with Encore, but Encore's math was particularly problematic. And I've understood that they're using a system of Cyber High or something like that. Did you get a description of how they have moved from text-based to Cyber High, which is an online-based program? Did you get any?
All I have is what's in there. I mean, just know that that's something that they're using now for their math. I don't know how much of their math program is Cyber High.
Okay, that was just concerning to me because I saw that shift and wanted to know if that was being effective. And it wasn't clear to me that they've done it long enough for us to have a feeling whether or not that's effective, but clearly that's one of the problems. Switching math curriculums. And several of the parents have mentioned small class sizes, but we also had quite a few emails about large class sizes. Do you have any inclination as to how that's happening? Is it because of recent teacher layoffs, or what's happening now with that?
I do not have the exact numbers, but I do know in working with Mr. Griffin, they did go through a recent reduction in staff, and that has increased class size in some areas, which has resulted in some emails that we've received about an increase in class size and the reduction of staffing mid-year.
Okay.
And that was actually discussed at one of their board meetings also.
The class size increases?
There was some concern about that.
Okay.
Reduction of staff. There had been several, I forget how many, but there were quite a few.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Couple questions. Can you remind me of that timeline again? It was 30 days, something like that?
For appeal?
30, no, for the process for the renewal.
For this one, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So within 30 days, well, the real hard line is the 60 days of receipt of the renewal petition. You have to take action to grant or deny. If no action is taken, it's automatically renewed. That's actually a default position. That 60 days can be extended by 30 days if by written agreement of the two parties. And that was mentioned that the request for the 30-day extension was made by the district but was declined.
When was that request made? And why was that request made?
So part of the challenge in telling that story, we received this the day as we began winter break, and I believe it was late in the afternoon on the 20th, the petition.
Okay.
So once you receive that petition, your clock starts. And knowing we were going to lose staff for up to 2 weeks, and we wanted to be able to dedicate the efforts to go through, we did ask for a a request for the 30 days. We were notified, I believe, I don't want to speak incorrect, but I believe the board of Encore took action, that they had some things they were in. Thank you. The Board of Encore was in the process of looking at several options, and they did not want to extend the process, so they denied the 30-day extension, which leads us to tonight. With the 30 days, we would have been able to go another 30 days into March, but that's why we were at the 60 days.
Okay, so did we have further discussion about, it sounds like there's a lot of questions about missing information or questions about the information that was in the petition or not in the petition, and that maybe some more time could have helped maybe alleviate those concerns. So was it brought up again to ask for additional time, or was it made pretty clear that wasn't going to happen?
We received in writing from their board that our extension was denied, and we did not revisit it.
I guess that leads me to my next question. Is the board, I know we got, haven't met their board yet. I've seen them online with their meetings. And I did get one email, I think we all on the board got one email from the school board president that suggested that we were making, even though we've yet to make any decision, politically based opinions and biases, and also alluded to sabotage. Was anybody from the school board contacted? Did they reach out to staff separately? Is anybody from the school board here? I'm just wondering how the school board participated in this process and what concerns, if any, that they had.
As the reviewing team, we did not have any conversations with our school board, other than what we did with the online meetings as well.
And then as far as reviewing their meetings, when you found those Brown Act violations, was there any discussions between their staff and their board about how the petition was composed, some of the questions that our staff had, or any concerns?
I just remember Mr. Griffin giving a basic report that, yes, we did our presentation to the board on our academic. That was the day of the hearing, and later that meeting, there was a presentation on academics. So he just reported that we're in this renewal process, and it seems to be, we're optimistic, it seems to be going fine. That's all I remember.
The other portion, as far as staff, we did, Mr. Griffin and I did meet prior to the release of the public document when it was finalized, so we met and reviewed a draft. And at that time, we did talk about the concerns around the Brown Act. He was going to go back and review and confirm and double check, and I have not heard back to his findings.
Okay. Couple more questions. In the petition, I was looking at their financials and some of their facilities proposals, and it shows that currently they have about 800 or so students, but next year they're looking to save on costs and expenses and shrink down to about 600 students, evenly distributed across each grade level. However, I didn't see any kind of accompanying documents to show me how are they going to cut 200 students from their program, more than 200 if you figure they got another class coming in. Or how that, with their current levels, which I saw are between, I can look it up quick. For instance, like their 8th grade class is 165 kids, and they propose next year it'll be 100. Their 11th grade class is 147. Next year it'll be 100. So I was just curious if there was any discussions about that and what their proposal is to shrink down.
There was not a discussion, and there is not a comprehensive plan of how they will achieve that goal. There is one paragraph in their petition that speaks to decreasing enrollment, but it does not lay out a plan of execution.
Okay. And you can't...
Add to that is I believe I remember seeing that they're planning to reduce facilities from like 5 to 1, and so that was part of the idea, is that would be more consistent with that, having a smaller population.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
And I did get, I don't know if the board saw it because it came like later in the afternoon around, I think I got it around 2 or 2:30, something from Encore's response to allegations. And it did talk a little bit about their facilities challenges, which, you know, we've sympathized with them. It's I can't imagine managing 5 campuses downtown Riverside, and the need to go to one. And I know that they had looked at some other properties in previous years and just couldn't come together for whatever reason. So I mean, that was a concern of mine too. If part of their cost saving when they're already in the red is facilities being able to go to 5 to 1, and then also being able to cut staff because you'd have less students, but not really having a plan. The potential for the continued deficits was a little bit of a concern. Also, can you remind me as the, what is our governing authority? What is our title? Charter authority?
Chartering authority.
Our chartering authority. So what is our liability, again, given what has been presented to us? Let's say we do have a renewal, and some of these projections don't come to fruition. They're unable to meet payroll. They're unable to do some of these other things. Maybe they do shrink down to one facility and they're in a long-term lease. What kind of obligations should they not be successful? Would RUSD be responsible for?
So Ed Code Section 47604, I believe, specifically talks about when a charter school is organized as, operated as or by a nonprofit corporation, and that's the case here. And it says, in those cases, the debts and liabilities of the charter school, when it's backwards than that, the chartering authority is not responsible for the debts and liabilities of the charter school if they fulfill all their supervisory responsibilities. So the concern would be, if something like that were to happen, if they were approved, they went bankrupt, they couldn't make payroll, whatever, someone could claim that you didn't do your supervisory responsibilities properly because you had an opportunity to correct and halt the problem by taking action tonight. Or, we would also say these other activities that you've engaged in help protect against that also in terms of the notice of violations, the letters of concern. But that would be the argument. That'd be allegation, is that you could be liable for their debts and obligations if you can't prove that you've done your supervisory responsibilities properly. There are also some indemnification provisions in the charter, and but that's only as good as how much money they have. So, that doesn't protect you from outside parties necessarily if they go bankrupt.
Okay. The other thing I heard you both mention was that they were doing revenue projections based upon 94% enrollment. ADA, right? So what was the numbers over the last 5 years?
92.6 was last year, or currently, and I think it was 92.9 for that, so it's declined.
Okay, so I didn't do the math. I mean, that's a relatively small percentage, but I'm guessing it ends up being a bigger
Our
number.
fiscal people say it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like how much are we talking?
I believe in our calculation, Mr. Lee, that's approximately $120,000.
Okay.
So if,
and then also, was COLA part of that too? I heard you mention something about 1% for COLA. So that'd be in addition to?
correct.
Sorry, it was, COLA just got reduced to 2.29, and the projection still had the 3%.
So internally, did we run any kind of financial projections based upon their past numbers to see what their revenue projections would look like?
We didn't do projections, but we did the trends analysis for past history of their budget projections versus their actuals. And then for the last 4 years, they've been off, and I think our legal counsel just went through the spectrum. It went off from $600,000 to $1.2 million difference to another $700,000 difference.
All right. I think those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk?
Thank you, President Alvey. So my first question is regarding WASC. So I know that they were on probation for a year. It's two parts to this question. So one is, can you help provide context on the fact that they got this 6-year accreditation? How does that square with staff's findings that are being presented? That's one aspect of the question. Then the second aspect of that question is, what is the scope of the WASC accreditation, again, relative to the broader scope, or perhaps the same scope that we are tasked with as the chartering authority?
Well, I'll start with part one. WASC is an accreditation for our state, and they come in to validate what the school has identified as a self-study, and that is the role of WASC. If WASC comes in and through that they come up with concerns, that's where WASC will look at different types of accreditation. So the one thing with WASC that is how we accredit schools. When a WASC comes in and a school is accredited, they receive a 6-year term. It used to be that it could be a 2-year term or a 3-year term or a 6. There were options. Now when WASC comes in, it's a 6-year term. What they do is then put conditions upon the term. So when we met with the review panel, because it was Dr. Angulo and myself went to meet with the WASC team at Encore, part of what they do with the probation is they come in and review what the team has identified as their strengths and their challenges. And then the WASC team meets with parents, they meet with students, they meet with community members, they meet with staff. They do a full investigation verifying the results. Their findings came back with a 1-year probationary status. What that means is within a year, that team is going to come back out and look to see improvement. Encore did move up that visit, gave themselves a short time frame, knowing that they were leading to a renewal petition. The WASC team did come out. They were satisfied. This is my belief based on, we don't have documentation from WASC, but in speaking with the Griffins, my best professional opinion. The WASC team was satisfied with their revisit that Encore had a plan to rectify and remedy the areas of concern from the previous WASC team. That report then gets submitted to the WASC commission. They met in January. They reviewed the findings from that team, and as a commission, they decided to remove Encore off of probation to stick with their 6-year accreditation status. That puts them in 2022 because it starts with the first year of visit. So in 2019, when the visit occurred, in 2022, 2 years from now, they will have a revisit. And then again, Encore will tell their story of what that accreditation looks like during that revisit time. How that impacted us were 2 ways. One, I actually complimented Encore. It is very difficult to leave a probation status WASC. A 1-year status is a very drastic blow to staff and to the community when that happens, because those are grave concerns. To turn that around in less than a 4 to 5 month window to prove to the next team that they had a plan to address those gaps was a compliment to Encore. The challenge becomes on our concern, it's a plan to implement that. And part of what we have to look at is they have a plan to fill those gaps, which is fantastic. But we base our foundation off of legal statute and off of the petition that we are given. The fruit of that labor, of that work, of that plan would be known, depending on status, for years to come with an Encore. But that is the difference. So we did look at that, and we did recognize their growth and that they had a plan, but our renewal status comes out of the document that we are provided with.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And it was mentioned earlier that we actually requested a 30-day extension so that we would have more time to work through all of these things. I know that my colleagues have brought this up earlier, but I'm very perplexed about this, because if we're hearing multiple times that there was this sense of being blindsided, and there's differing opinions between staff and Encore on this, but I don't understand how more time in order to work through things would not address the fact if one party is saying that they're being blindsided. Is there any more context that we can have on the basis on why their board would not allow us to have more time to work through these things?
Yeah, the only context I could provide was a conversation between Mr. Griffin and myself. They were, I believe it goes back to property and facility. They were looking at other properties, looking at other facilities, and not knowing where the petition stood. They did not want to move forward with that, which is why, to the best of my recollection, that timeline was denied.
So, and maybe again, this is not maybe something you can fully answer, but I think, if we're also hearing that, so we know that the state funding for Encore would continue through this school year, irrespective of whatever action we take. That's a fact, correct? So, but Ms. Griffin shared earlier that that students are dropping, and that they might have to close the school in mid-year, even regardless of the fact that the state would be providing that funding, right? She made that comment earlier. Again, part of my concern is about this 30 days. If our action, which does not affect their funding, right? The funding would stay the same regardless of the action. How is having more time to work through and having that effect to not be disruptive to whatever their stability is? That's the part that I'm really struggling with, because I don't understand how. I would think that they would be the ones petitioning us for more time, not the other way around.
In my experience, it's pretty typical to have an extension request one side or the other and grant it. It usually is. It doesn't have to be. But obviously they felt like they, I guess, needed to know their certainty of their, status in order to get these contracts in place or whatever.
And let's say hypothetically that's the case, that it's based on that they want certainty sooner. But if they have the ability to appeal immediately to the county the very next day.
And I can't help but think that 50 students left today, if that's what I heard right. It could. She told everybody, they were communicating to everybody that they would be shutting down immediately. So why wouldn't they up and leave? So I almost feel like that didn't have to happen if the correct information was being shared about the appeal process and about funding through the rest of the year.
The comment earlier about that they quote unquote sold their accounts receivable. So, obviously that's very alarming. And again, this speaks to the fact that even if the state's going to continue to fund them through the school year, if they've sold their accounts receivable, the issue of the debts that you cited, and there's no reserves, that's the bigger issue, right? But my question is, when somebody sells their accounts receivable, is that something that I mean, can that be undone, or what's the basis of that?
So from our analysis, it sounds like Encore is surviving on loans, a lot of cash flow issues. So sometimes you can be projection revenue based on your ADA, and if you're spending more than what you're receiving, you could get in a hole quickly and ask for loans. Part of why they would exercise selling accounts receivable would be for cash flow purposes, to make sure that they have the cash flow to meet their obligation that they need to do for payments. So the fact that they have ended the last 3 years with negative fund balance and no unrestricted side, most of the money, if there's anything left, it was part of grants or other restricted funds, is the issue why they have to borrow cash regularly to meet their obligations, even with the regular funding from the state based on ADA.
And I know that they had sent out a public email about their layoffs that they had recently. How does that factor into their fiscal solvency? How is that? Do we have a sense of how that's playing out from a broader fiscal outlook standpoint?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. Can you clarify?
They had a lot of layoffs recently. They even directly sent out an email to people. So I'm saying, based on that action, how has that impacted their solvency and fiscal outlook moving forward? Has that helped stabilize them more? Or what? Yeah.
It could in the future. It just depends. So you issue layoff notices and you act on them and you actually make that happen and you are reducing the positions in the budget year, you could be looking at a better financial look. It just depends on if they enter the school year and then they can't meet their other obligations as far as class size, as far as other needs that they need the staff for, and they've already reduced the staff. If they end up hiring other staff to meet their obligation, then there is really no impact on the financial. So just the fact that they did layoffs does not really secure that they're going to be financially sound in the future until it actually materializes and gets implemented in the budget year. And then there's also other things that impacts layoffs. When you give notices, there is other costs to that. There is the period of time for the notices. There is the unemployment insurance that they would, if they are laid off, they'll be entitled for unemployment payments. The insurance cost goes up. There's a lot of different things that could impact that was not taken into consideration as we did the analysis. I mean, it was considered, but we can't really put our hands on it, how it's going to impact the future years.
Thank you. Just to kind of provide a general thought on this, I think, obviously as an educational institution, our focus always should be about, student achievement. And I think that it's obviously disconcerting to see some of the outcomes that are happening aggregate. Obviously, there's great individual stories, but the broader thing is concerning. But I will say this, that I know that because of the unique nature of what the type of school it is, it's hard to fully define things purely based on test scores and so forth. And I think just in the broader system, even beyond charter schools and so forth, that's something we're all struggle with, that how can you really put a tangible definition to what student achievement is. And I'm sure, as somebody who's visited Encore and visited the classrooms, it's evident that there's a lot of intangible value that's unique and harder to gauge with that. But to me, even if you go beyond that student performance, the fiscal aspect is extremely alarming. And what my feeling about this is, I mean, it's a very striking contrast, right? To hear these very passionate, emotional stories on one hand, and the lives that are being touched, and the vision is unquestionably, very profound and it has great meaning for people. And then to hear your report, which is about legalities, statutory and the governance, fiscal, and Brown Act, and all these other kinds of stipulations, it's a jarring contrast, right? But that's I think the unfortunate reality of being in any kind of public institution is that there are two dimensions to to the experience. You have to have a vision, and you have to have that pride and that passion to want to educate and transform people's lives. But you also have to have a governance and a management aspect that can adhere to that. And so it's very disheartening to see that dichotomy amongst this.
Thank you. I was going to say something about along those same lines, that it's almost like a tale of two schools. You've got what is obviously rich arts going on here, and you've got really obviously dedicated students and staff, and you've got really poor, sounds like management, really poor management. What I want to know is there any way that you can see to save the good and reform the bad? Is there anything we can put in place to keep it going, but yet protect ourselves from what seems to be kind of the fiscal cliff they're headed for? Is there any legal way we can put any kind of boundary on it, deadlines, so forth, and have any assurity that we're kind of heading in the right direction and still keep the school intact? I just really would like to know if there's any legal way to do that.
My concern is that they've already announced that they're closing immediately, which, no? Okay. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, that's, okay. Okay. Go ahead,
Everybody, please, please, please.
So I think, Mrs. Alavi, it's a very difficult question for two reasons. And I have been involved in the oversight personally along with our staff. And I think the first reason is, as part of the petition, we have to look at past performance. And from my professional opinion, if we did not have the past history that we have, I would answer that question differently. But unfortunately, in the history that I have personally been involved with Encore, and the concerns that we've had, I don't see them being rectified. And that is the concern that I have. So to answer your question, as is, my answer would be no, based on past performance and past track record. If that didn't exist, I may have a different answer. But my professional opinion, based on where we are now, both with fiscal and management and academics, I don't see how that is possible.
There is no legal way we can hold them accountable by a certain date to see how this pans out.
Yeah, I mean, what you could do,
Everybody?
you can grant the renewal and immediately issue, like next meeting, notice of violations and go down the revocation path and require them to produce a plan to remedy. The problem is what happens in the meantime if it collapses, right? I mean, you're taking a big risk.
Mr. Hunt?
I remember when they brought their petition forward, and I was very happy to approve it. I think you and I know there's 5 reasons you can approve or disapprove, and one of them is if the district can't offer the same kind of academic, in which this is arts-based, and we couldn't, so I was very glad about it. And it's just distressing tonight. But I do recall, in fact, I remember fellow board members when Mrs. Clowder, when she was still with us, she's the one that oversaw the Encore application, and I remember asking her, I said, Gloria, what do you think? She's the best application I've ever seen. So this is distressing tonight, but one of the things about that application, if I recall, was I was pleased with, they picked one of the renowned entities that is what is called back of the house, which does the financials. I think it was DSM or something along those lines. Do they have a back of the house still, or are they doing it themselves, or how does this happen?
I'll defer to Ms. Kakish for that.
Thank you.
Could you repeat that again, Mr. Hunt?
Yes, who does their accounting? I remember when we were approved, I could have the name wrong, I thought it was DSM or something. They're really renowned with charters across the state because they, school funding such a, Byzantine business. But who does do we know, is there a third party or?
I don't know who's doing their financials. We can only you're hearing
No,
me?
no,
Okay.
I'm speaking to the people behind you.
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Griffin?
DMS. Okay, all right. All right.
And they are here, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Griffin. I respect, you know, Dr. Lewis, I hold you in high esteem, and I think, you know, I'm very glad you're part of our district, and with all respect to your professional opinion. And I know it's an excellent report, and I know you and this cabinet has delved into it and spent a lot of time. But can we go back to Mrs. Allavy's question somewhat? Your professional opinion aside, the report aside, two things. Is there anything that the state of California Department of Education, under the guidelines, I guess I'm asking you, Ms. Harris, that is allowable? And two, again, going back, what is the district's risk? I mean, I have a responsibility to this district for fiduciary responsibility, so what is the risk that if everything implodes, you know, and then is there, respectfully, Dr. Lewis, respectfully, is there anything that the state of California, I mean, you said in the beginning it's either a no or a 5, and so to Mrs. Allavy's question, is there something that's worked out among charters and districts? We can't be the only one we're disappointed in.
No, so I think I answered the question about how what is a possibility is to grant, but then you put them on a very short leash in terms of expectations by X date, or else we'll initiate revocation proceedings, and that revocation proceedings take a few months usually, and a lot of legal and other staff time and all of that. So that is one way, but again, that's taking a chance on that period of time before everything's cleaned up. In the meantime, if there's problems, if there's fiscal mismanagement and things implode, and you had the opportunity to close, because that's one of your responsibilities,
Yeah.
is to look at a renewal
Yes,
and whether
thank you.
they should be renewal, the district can be held potentially a lot, you know, obviously we'd say no, we'd fight that, we'd say, no, you shouldn't be liable. But I mentioned that code section that says you're not responsible for the debts and liabilities if you fulfill all your supervisory responsibilities.
Thank you. May I ask just a couple more questions on, I like Dr. Farouk's definition that, you know, one parent came forward, and wherever you are, congratulations, 17 out of 22, and that's phenomenal. By the way, my daughter went to University of Arizona, and it's fantastic, so consider it. One mom came forward and talked about her 19-year-old son making $60,000. I hope Ron Weston is listening, because I've been wanting to have more career paths into the Hollywood, and I think the world of you, Ron. But that's great. Does that make a difference? I mean, the fact that this is in many ways career path plus academic path, does that have an effect, or is everyone still held? I mean, we have that, so are we held to the same standards, or do we look at that as sort of a, if you're following me, is there a balancing or something? Just help me understand.
I was gonna say, from a legal standpoint, unfortunately, the law doesn't make a distinction between types of schools.
Okay.
Performing arts school versus a tech school. They just don't in the terms of the charter world.
So, Dr. Lewis, in your professional opinion, we've heard some, and they're anecdotal, I agree, but we've heard some young people and their parents talk about, my child has exceeded in academically, and we know that, as one parent talked about, I thought it was a good term, that in some ways Encore is a refuge. But it is a gathering place for children that want to go into the arts. I mean, students that want to go in the arts. It's a career. And by the way, I love the arts and innovation in my city. And my colleague to the right, I don't think there's a greater patron of the arts in Riverside in the last 50 years than her. And not that you're, but so that doesn't have a distinction, is what you're saying. And I lost my train of thought. I'm getting older.
College and career.
College and career, thank you. So it's a different path, but there's no distinction in that. And they still are having to meet just as we do. Let me ask you this, Ms. Harris, our attorney on this. If this type of report was about our RUSD, fiscal uncertainties, all of this, selling our account receivables, and our academics, I have to get Beth back over here. Our academics on page 4 don't look that great. They're declining. African American, there's only 10% that are doing well in math, all of that. What would FICMAC and the superintendent of schools say about our USD? What would happen? I mean, we're held to the same standards.
Obviously, yeah, you're obviously going to continue to exist,
Right.
right? There's not a academic criteria for you to continue to exist as a school district because you have to serve students in your area. In terms of what kind of, I mean, I don't know about takeovers. But
I mean, it'd be a lot like Norte Vista.
I
but-
can answer that for you, Mr.
Thank you, Mrs. Kakish.
If we were in the position that they're in right now with a negative fund balance,
Mm-hmm.
you will lose all of your authority, and a trustee from the state of California would be assigned to our district and will be making the decisions for Riverside Unified School District.
Very much like Compton Unified
Correct.
went through. Mrs. Alley and I met with them once. And very much, I think, and though Norte Vista in Alvord went through, which was a good thing for them because it advanced them a lot, but they were taken over by the state and the school board had no more. So we would be, the authority would be taken away from.
Right, the state of California will issue a loan for us to meet our obligation. In order for us to pay the loan back, they will assign a trustee that would make the decision to make sure that we live within our means and afford the loan payment. In the case of Encore, if they do go bankrupt and we are held liable in a situation where we'll be held liable for their obligations, which I believe, and I'm just going to go and offer this information, that if after this board meeting, which is recorded, and staff recommendation is for denial and the board approves it, I believe there'll be some premise for a liability because of we're not doing our oversight and we're not adhering to the ed code. And so with that in mind, I believe we would need to be budgeting to make sure that we have enough to secure that in the event we are liable for some of those obligations, we as a district will have to take measures to ensure that our budget is ready for that in order for us not to face any consequences for any fiscal ramification of that. So as the head of business services, I would recommend as soon as if we don't go with denial, that we would budget that amount just in the event we have to be ready for that obligation.
And what is that amount? And that I'm proposing.
It just depends of where they're at by the end of the next year, the year after. If we don't deny, the approval is for 5 years, absent going through the same process, which is a revocation process. So as was mentioned, is if we don't take action today, they'll have an approval. If you make an action to approve, they'll have an approval for 5 years. If they continue down the line for the fiscal issues, we will need to be monitoring so closely, and we would need to actually set aside some dollars in the event we would be obligated to pay some of that.
Always a good answer, Chief Business Officer. Let me ask you this. What you described, that the state would come in and bring the money and help us out and all that, that doesn't apply to charters even though they're publics?
It would through us.
Through us.
It would be, we are the oversight committee, and we will probably be on the hook for the obligations, and we probably would need to do it before. I mean, if it was me and I'm the chief business officer for the district, I would make sure that we do whatever we need to do before we actually ask for a loan from the state to help a charter, because we'll be on the hook as a co-sponsor of that charter.
And Ms. Harris, not that I'm proposing it, but just I'm looking for everything to fill answer Ms. Alavi's question. Can the district can a district take over a charter?
Not involuntarily,
Not involuntary.
but a petition can be revised. It's called a material revision process, and it's similar to like a renewal process in that the team looks at it and makes sure it's compliant with all the different elements if they are substantially changing the terms, and they could change, for example, their governance structure and their administration, and that would effectively be a takeover, if you want to call it a district taking over the school, if it was done through a material revision, and it was proposed from them, and the board approved it.
Well, as I said, my question before was Mrs. Griffin's comment that if it's not renewed, they close tomorrow. Well, what's the difference if it is renewed? Finances are finances. And Mrs. Alavi, with your permission, I would like to hear from DSM, because this is coming down about financials. I'd like to understand their input of how this is happening, if that's all right. Thank you, ma'am.
Would the representative from DSM come over here? And in the meantime, can I go to another board member?
Yes, ma'am, of course, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. So about those two letters, because we're trying to, I think we're all trying to struggle to figure out how do we make this work and kind of cover everyone's bases. And somebody mentioned that Encore is like a unicorn. I think that is like the perfect description, because you can't. The state tells us how we need to compare schools, and we have. I know for the last couple of years we've asked them to compare themselves to STEM, because there's really not too many schools that are 7-12 and that have the demographics that are similar to Encore. But I think we can tell by their vision, the kids that are attracted to STEM versus the kids that are attracted to Encore. It's just not the same. But we kind of get put in a position where you only have so many places that you can compare yourself to. So, I could argue that maybe STEM isn't the best comparison, but, the state tells us on how we have to make that decision. But I do have a question about the two letters, because we have, and I was part of the board when Encore made their first petition. I was happy to grant it. I was excited to have a School of the Arts in downtown Riverside. I still remember that board meeting. I think it was the most enthusiastic. Felt like I was on an episode of Glee or something. Like it was fun meeting. Like it was memorable. It was a long meeting because we had just as many speakers telling us why we need to approve the petition as we do tonight. But we've had now a relationship with Encore for 5 years, and I know that they've shared some struggles with staff. We've showed some struggles with some of their staff, and we've made attempts to try to improve this relationship. In this district, we have two charters, correct? Encore and Reach. And I don't know if we've had charters in the past, but is it normal? Is it normal that in a 5-year period that you issue a notice of violation, 2 years ago, and then come to some kind of remedy, and then 18 months later you issue another notice of correction or notice of concern?
Right, and that notice of violation actually was preceded by investigation, pretty significant investigation of complaint. So, and that was for several months before that. But to answer your question, no, that is not common. That is very unusual. I've been doing this for a long time, and this charter school has had significant issues from the get-go for this first term, more so than I see in other charter schools. But all charter schools are different. There's some that function very well from the very start. Some take slower to get going well. But that level of kind of compliance concerns in one term is unusual.
All right. And then why was the notice of correction, I think I'm saying that right, the second notice, why was that notice of, what was that? Letter of concern, yeah, sorry, the letter of concern. Why was that letter of concern issued rather than a notice of violation, or since this was similar violations to the previous, not a revocation proceeding or something else?
We chose as staff to go with a letter of concern knowing we were coming up to the renewal petition. What the choices were is we could have followed the notice of violation with beginning the revocation proceedings, which would have taken us through the renewal timeline. So the letter of concern just allowed them to do a cure and correct immediately to what the concerns were, knowing the renewal was coming forward within the next few months.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know your name. Please, come to the podium, please.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Hodnett, I'll get to you next, okay? Okay, Mr. Hod?
Right, thank you, President Alavi. First, I want to say to my colleagues, the thing about Dr. Fruit, they didn't accept the extension. Mr. Griffin had called me about that and he explained that they were in looking at an escrow, and if they took an extension, then the board wouldn't do it. So that's why they did it, and I think you're right. I don't know what 30 days difference might have made, but what's your name again, sir? Mr. Hognett? No.
Carl Yoder.
Mr. Yoder, thank you, sir. One of the reasons, Mr. Yoder, that I was pleased to vote in that meeting that Mr. Lee aptly described was because you guys were involved. I had heard nothing but good from you. One of our former colleagues, Mrs. Cloud, her brother is very much involved in the charter industry and the California charters and all that. And I asked him, and he said, "Oh yeah, the best." What the heck happened? I'm just kidding. I don't understand this. How do we go from having you all involved. Tell me how they can go forward with deficits, selling their receivables, use of student funds. I mean, what, I'm looking at you.
Yep.
I'm glad you're still, what the heck happened? What's going on?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Thank
This is my 18th year working in charters. We currently serve 70 charter schools around the state. So we have seen a wide variety of charter schools, wide variety of finances. I'll start off by saying I have utmost faith in the Griffins as leaders of the school. However, the Griffins aren't financial managers, and the relationship between the back office provider and the school is one where the back office provider helps and assists.
That's you. That's your
Correct.
company. Thank you, sir.
But
Just
we're
to
also
clarify.
one step removed. So in my experience, having worked with Encore and with the Griffins for the last 10 years at the Hesperia campus and then at the Riverside campus, their focus has always been on ensuring the best student environment. And I think you can see from everybody here today that has been their focus. Unfortunately, sometimes balancing the cost of things and the benefit to students, those can be mutual opposites. And so what we found is that the school tends to spend more than they probably should in order to maximize the experience for their students. And that's left them in a position where they've had negative fund balances, and currently they are selling receivables to meet their cash flow. So they have negative fund balances, they have low cash flow. But they've always met their obligations. They've always met every payroll. And the Griffins have been extremely responsive when we have a discussion saying, your budget's not working based on your enrollment. For example, this year they ended up 60 students lower than they thought. We approached and said, you need to unfortunately lay off staff. And they were very receptive to that. Obviously, it's an unfortunate situation, but they've always been willing to take those steps. I know what the board is seeing here is a negative fiscal picture. What you haven't seen is the picture is actually significantly better than it was a year ago. They've paid down their receivables. They owe less in receivables than they did a year ago, and the length of time that they're borrowing receivables has diminished. So they're improving their fund balances, they're improving their situation. So I'm not going to say they're in great financial shape, but they are in stable and solid financial shape, and they're able to meet their obligations going forward. The reason that Denise had said the school would have to close is because the school is selling future receivables to meet current cash flow. And the loan that was being discussed is a loan based on cash flow from operations next year, meaning July. If they don't get renewed, then there is no cash flow in July that they can factor against, that they can sell receivables on. So there is a dramatic impact currently of not having a renewal available in July. That's the reality.
So, and that was going to be my question. They've sold their future to pay for today, and if we don't renew them, then the loan is null and void because there is no future. And these young people will, according to Ms. Griffin's statement, these young people won't have a place to go to school on Friday.
I'll be honest with you.
Yes, sir, please.
The amount of the months that they're factoring ahead has dropped from 7 months to about 7.5 to about 4 to 5. But they are at the point right now where they would need to sell July receivables to meet their cash flow needs. If they have to close, if they don't get renewed, they will still meet all of their financial obligations during the closure. What we're looking at is there any way that we can preserve the educational experience, especially for graduating seniors, making sure we're doing everything we can with the money that we have to wrap things up effectively for the whole student body. We don't know yet because our focus has been on this renewal, but it will be absolutely a situation of the school will need to make drastic cuts, if not renewed tonight, in order to continue the rest of the year. If renewed tonight, then they can factor July receivables. Again, this isn't going crazy, this is just factoring a month into the new fiscal year so that they can meet their payroll and other obligations.
So they're offering this board, and I'm not happy with the Griffins on this. You're telling me they're offering this board, either you renew us, or all these kids aren't going to have a place to go, and the seniors aren't going to finish their year and all that. These children are being held hostage to my decision?
Not having been a party to all of the discussions, I can say that if we had insight into the fact that a denial was going to be the action recommended to the board, we would have taken very different steps. The first I saw or heard that a denial was being recommended was last Thursday. So I understand that's a difference of opinion, but we absolutely would not be in this situation if I had known before Thursday that the denial recommendation was coming to you tonight.
Well, you did hear my questions to Dr. Lewis earlier, and Dr. Farouk's questions to Dr. Lewis. How long have they been noticed on some of these things? And it goes back a while. If they didn't share it with you, that's too bad. That's a shame, because you are there to help them. That's why part of the reason I was excited about you being a part of it. But now it's on my lap because you haven't done what you were supposed to do and keep everyone in line. Now you're putting it on my colleagues and I, for all these children, all these qualified and beautiful students aren't going to have a place to go on Friday, and seniors aren't going to finish. That's really a tragic thing that I am and my colleagues now have to decide. That I've got to decide between these children and the liability, and my legal responsibility. Everything about this, I love the children and all that, and I understand it. I have a legal responsibility along with and as Mrs. Kakish explained, we would be held liable. And I have a legal responsibility about their academics and their financials. And I'm just very disappointed. Thank you, Mrs. Eller.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Hodnett.
Yeah, I would like to just comment on a couple of things you guys said too. I like to weigh my options, and I guess after like hearing everything, it sounds like it's either the students' well-being or legal responsibilities, or being fair to the law. And I feel like if maybe Encore, not even maybe, but if Encore didn't take care of their responsibilities, but I feel like the students' happiness and passion and well-being should be, if that was a responsibility, then tell me if I'm wrong that they didn't meet that. Like, I don't know, I feel like it's really unfair that my peers, the students, have to go through things that are out of their control, Like, I don't want to say the adult mess, but that's really what it is. And like, they all have to pay for it. And if, like, just seeing everyone come up and like hearing it, yeah, you do have to be fair. And like, there's responsibilities that, I don't know, that much in that area, but I do know what it's like to be a student and to actually love coming to school. I guess that's a rarity in our district, because they obviously are saying that they don't even feel safe going anywhere in our district. So if we take their sanctuary away from them, then how are we gonna improve the existing schools? Because like they deserve better. I don't really know how to go about it. I just feel like if it's not approved, then there's like, we need to do something about the bullying across our district, because that's what I heard, like, from everyone coming in, and I don't know, just things that, I don't know, that's all I have to say.
Anything we can do?
I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Hodnett. That was very eloquent. Mrs. Lockdawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I want to address the parents and the children here. There is no doubt in any of our minds up here, anybody on this dais, that you have a wonderful thing going, and we have been incredibly supportive of Encore. My daughter went to school there for 3 years. She's on the cover of the magazine that you have there. Yeah, thank you. We loved Encore, and I still love Encore. I love being downtown during the day and seeing all of you out there. I love your energy. I love what you've brought to this community. I love that the parents have found a place for their children. And I have fought for the Griffins since I've gotten on the board, since this charter came to us. And we have had problems over the last few years. And I am with Mr. Hunt. I am really angry to be in this position. I don't know how we are here today. I don't know how we are here today. This is a false choice that should never have come to us. And I am looking to you guys to tell us how we can help these kids and these families, although by no fault of our own that we are here. We are now tasked with this horrendous responsibility. What can we do? What can we do?
The thing that comes to my mind as I listen and you heard Dina speak to earlier, and again, this is off the top of my head, so I will think through this with you, and that's not something I typically do standing here. So I think we're all frustrated, and I share the board's sentiments. And the material revision, I think, is probably, when you look at best case scenarios across the board, would be the one thing in this component that Dina spoke to that would allow it to head in a different leadership, a different governance structure, and provide that material revision that would support Encore. But that, again, would have to come from Encore. And that is not something, to my knowledge, and I know Dina's stepping away, that is something that would have to come to us as a material revision, not something that we could take over.
Can you explain what the material revision is? And secondly, I heard an option of, if we do renew the charter, there's like, and we do an immediate revocation and start revocation proceedings, does that kick off some type of restructuring? Or talk to me about that, please.
Mrs. Lock-Dawson, could you ask that question again, please?
Sorry.
My apologies.
And by the way, just to let you know, I'm speaking with the legal counsel for the Encore, who's proposing something I'll share with you also.
Okay, well, maybe you just want to let Ms. Harris speak then. What I was asking was, I had heard earlier, I think Ms. Harris say something about granting the renewal, but then doing an immediate revocation and starting revocation procedures. But did I get that wrong? Is that?
No, that's something that you could do.
Okay.
And what that does is they're required to, you notify them of all of the violations, and they're required to respond with a plan on how they're going to remedy it within a reasonable period of time, and then the board chooses to revoke or not based on how they've responded. That's one thing.
Excuse me, just a moment. Can I go back? Mm-hmm. And is that different from the material revision you're talking about, Dr. Lewis? So that's a different option, and that is something that needs to come from Encore. And then I think you have a third option from legal counsel. So why don't you speak to all of those then?
Yeah. So what Dr. Lewis is talking about is the material revision can mean anything, but the change that he's proposing would be to change management. Like the board and administration, cooperatively, voluntarily, they would come with that option to restructure basically their governance structure and their administration.
Does that mean Griffins are no longer the head and they have a different board? Is that what you're
potentially? However they propose to restructure, however they would propose to restructure it. Maybe there would be some other. Maybe they would still be involved, but they wouldn't necessarily be CEO and COO or whatever. It can be in whatever. That's one way to, if the concern is governance, although they have a board too, so we would have to also talk about that. Is the board doing proper oversight as well?
And is there no, not that I want this, but is there any way, shape, or form that RUSD could take it over or do it? Is that an option too?
There are dependent charter schools on districts where either the governing board of the district serves as the governing board, or they have a separate governing board, but it's basically through, still dependent on the district highly, So yeah, that's a possibility.
Okay,
so I just want to comment on that. It is a possibility if you get to a mutual agreement, but you will still have to satisfy all of the debt requirements.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. Okay. All right. And then Ms. Harris, you were going to speak about a third option. Then.
Right. So what was proposed is that that the board approve, but this is the conditional approval. Nowhere in the law does it say this is something it's not laid out as an option. And my concern is that because of that, I say, well, really revocation is the only way to enforce it. But what counsel for Encore is saying is that they've done that because they represent a lot of different charter schools and they've done this before, and maybe I can have him share it, but essentially that it could be a renewal with the condition that that they achieve whatever, correct and achieve whatever by a certain date, or else they will voluntarily close. So it'd basically be, and my thought immediately is, oh, well, we'd have to do a big contract that waives any rights to, challenge the revocation, because that's not something in the law. So I can see that potentially happening. If it were to happen tonight, it would have to be by verbal, you'd have to work out the details later, but I don't feel 100% comfortable with that because the law doesn't outline that exactly, and I don't know what that agreement would look like exactly, but I'll let him, if you want, share his idea.
Please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and board members, and superintendent.
Could I have your name, please?
Sure. Wayne Strumpfer. I'm with Young Money and Core.
Thank
We
you.
represent charter schools, about 800 charter schools throughout the state. This is something we've done before. It isn't particularly stated expressly in the law, but it's within the law. And that is, you approve the charter for 5 years. And yes, it would need a written contract. We would be willing to waive the 30 days to give us the time to work together to make this happen. But what we need to do is find an agreement with what it is you want fiscally done, what you may want management-wise, board member-wise, and come up with an agreement, and we can say in 1 year, or whatever time period we want it to be, right? We need some time to get this together, right? Because we're talking about a loan. With approval, we get a loan. Then we can make things happen, right? And you've heard from others on that. So if we have, say, a year or 18 months, whatever it is, we can meet those goals that the district lays out. And if we don't, we will agree to close the school or look to possibly making it a dependent charter, right? You have that option too. So this could be a win-win, and I believe, I know your council may disagree, so I respect that, but I believe that in creating a condition and having them with fiscal limits, you avoid the liability that you were talking about earlier about, well, what happens if the school blows up? Are we going to be liable for it? You can approve with conditions showing that you're going to keep a short leash on them, make sure they make improvements, and you can do that over a short period of time. I don't think there'd be any liability there. So I think, I've been sitting here for like an hour when you've been asking about solutions. I've got one. I think that could work for these people and for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Farouk?
Well, I want to know what our council's response to that would be, but if I heard you correctly, the council, you're saying that you would allow us to have that additional 30 days to work this out? You're saying that you, because we had requested that the 30 days initially.
Can I have a moment?
Yes. Yes.
And then my other question is, does he have the authority on the spot to make these decisions?
Well, he's talking with the leadership now.
Oh, because their board was the one that sent us the letter.
That's why I'm asking.
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, was there a question, Dr. Farouk?
Well, my question was, is if their board formally took action that they would not allow us to have 30 more days, again, we're trying to have more time, we want to try to make it work something out. Does the council here have the authority to do that? I'm assuming in consultation with the Griffins, obviously, but that's what my question is, the authority aspect.
It wasn't easy getting around here tonight. Yes, we do have the authority, and I could do that. Yes, we would agree to a 30-day extension with the understanding, right, that 30 days we will come up with we will both make a concerted effort to come up with an agreement on what fiscally needs to be done and what needs to be done with management, and that we can do that within 30 days, and I think that's doable. I think part of the problem is we were brought in late. We were brought in on the 13th when this came up. I know there have been other issues, but they've always resolved, right? They've always resolved, and everything's always been okay with the board. And so I get the disagreement on the blindsiding. That could go either way. But I do think a 30-day extension and we can work it out with council and with staff to help you with your issues, your fiscal issues, your management issues. That can be done. And so that's what I'm asking for. And I just say that I think that's the way to go here. You're asking for a solution. And you know what? If you give us 1 year to make changes and we fail to do it, we will make that agreement. We will close. And you won't have to go through revocation. And there's nothing illegal about that. It's legal to do. There's nothing in the law that says you can't do it. If you have an agreement, we could do it.
Okay.
So I just want to hear our council's response before I make my next comment.
I mean, I agree that can be done if we have an agreement with waivers that they're not going to challenge and say, oh, you had to go through a revocation process. So they'd have to waive certain provisions of the Ed Code to assert those rights. The risk is reduced by the fact that you are exercising oversight very aggressively if you go this route, but it's not eliminated by any means. So I guess I would just do that.
But Ms. Harris, by exercising the option as presently stated by Encore's counsel, all we're doing is being amenable to something we ourselves requested, that the 30 days, we would have to revisit this in 30 days to take action on whatever that came back with. But
that's correct. I mean, I agree with that. It's like the board would have to be able to have the right to, we're just doing an extension of 30 days.
Exactly.
We're going to try to work this out. That's the intent. But you still would have the ability to deny in 30 days or grant, straight up, straight down. Is that your understanding? Okay, that would be the case.
I don't know if my, please.
It's an extension. The part about voting straight up or straight down, I don't want to allude to like a 5-year. What we can come up with is an agreement that you approve for 5 years with a condition, right? Like a 1 year or 18-month condition involving fiscal and management. That is what we would be asking the 30 days for, is to be able to come up with an agreement so that you are satisfied with the concerns of staff, and we're able to continue to run the school.
And then we would be voting on that agreement in 30 days.
Within 30 days.
Within 30 days.
Next board meeting, I would suppose.
So, I mean, unless my colleagues have other questions, I'm fine with, okay.
Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt.
Dr. Fruit. Is it, I'm sorry, General Counsel, is it Stumford? I'm sorry, is that right?
Yeah, close enough, yes.
Okay. When you have a name like Hunt, you know, you just never.
Yeah.
But
I'm jealous, yeah.
Tell me something. You heard Dr. Lewis's report, and you heard Ms. Harris's report that there were huge gaps. They asked for X, they didn't get anything. They asked for X, they got Y. They did all of this. Convince me that something's going to be different. let me just say this. I met the Griffins before anybody else did. Mrs. Griffin's brother is a longtime friend of me, one of the most honorable men I know in this town. Former police officer, great guy, brought him to me. From that moment till now, I never have doubted the Griffin's heart. But obviously, it really bothers me that you and the accountant, or the accounting firm, weren't called into this a long time ago, because I know they knew about it quite a while. And it's a ruse, that's the only word I can think of, to tell these parents that this just came up on Thursday. That's not right. So I don't think they can do it. Plus, I want you to understand something, and I know we talked about this as a family. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I really care about your children. It reminds me of mine. I'm a parent, but this is a school district, and we have a balanced budget, and it was very tight because of state funding. But every dollar that I have to, that Mrs. Kakish comes to me and says, we've got to spend on Encore, that takes $1 away from my kids in my district that I have. And there are kids too, because we charter them, but I don't have the confidence that you seem to have that everything's going to be hunky-dory in technical term in 30 days. Convince me that you two gentlemen are going to be overseeing this. They've got a great heart, obviously lacking in alertness to these things and lacking in Hunt's opinion, business acumen. So tell me, convince us this is going to work. And I'm not going to have a huge deficit stuck that I've got to have our district pay for.
Well, that's why my idea, I think, works, is because within 30 days, we will come to an agreement as to what it is you want, what staff wants, what the school can provide fiscally as assurances and with management. That's what I hear is really the two major issues. I think the academics, because of the type of school it is and the school of the arts, it is hard to, it's not apples to apples, right?
But it is, I legally have to look at that, don't I? You agree with that?
You do, but it's not the be-all, end-all. It's a consideration, and obviously academic improvement is an important factor, right? Is the main factor, but it's not the be-all, end-all, right? It seems to me the be-all, end-all for you, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've been sitting here listening, it seems to be fiscal and management. That seems to be the biggest concerns.
I will tell you, we haven't talked a lot about it, and I understand that Mr. Griffin wants to look at Arupa and all that, but the staff looked at it where they're 3% of English language learners, and Arupa's, 28 or something, I remember seeing it. So it isn't just the be-all, end-all. It is about the academics. I love the stories about the children. I have my office on right by the mall. I walk down, I see those kids. I think it's great that they're together. I know they're happy, and I understand it. All right, like I said, my daughter probably would have gone if it was around. But that's not my job to be Tom Hunt up here. I'm trustee Tom Hunt, and I've got to watch out for this. So convince me, because I'm going to tell you this right now. Again, I'll just say this, Mrs. Alvey and the rest of my members. I won't vote for anything to extend this. And I think they're wonderful people with huge hearts, and they have a great vision. But unless we're in charge, I'm not going to turn to the people of Riverside Unified and say, oh, yeah, I feel so bad for you young people, granddad, grandma, you're elegant, by the way, parents, I feel very bad for you. But you got to remember what our job is, and that's to uphold the law. And if I don't do that, I put my district in harm's way. So with respect to the Griffins, with their big hearts and their wonderful vision, this member, I'll let you know, any motion I will not approve unless we are in control. Because I'm not going to take that dollar away from our district and our kids, all right?
Thank you,
No,
Mr.
I
Hunt.
totally understand. If I could just answer, you asked. So a couple things. One, my background, I've been with Young Men in Corps for about 3 years. Before that, I spent 20 years with the state, and I was a regulator. So I kind of understand what you're going through. What you say makes total sense to me, right? I can kind of see both sides, and that's why I'm trying to come up with a solution. And the thing that I think is different here is that when we come to the agreement as to what has to be done fiscally, what has to be done in the different areas, there is a deadline for that, right? So it's not going to be, oh, well, it wasn't done, well, we'll do it, whatever it is you're concerned about. It will either have to be done or they will close. So I think there is a difference there, and I think that does give you control and some power there that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey.
Mr. Lee.
I was just going to comment, kind of touch on what Dr. Farouk had mentioned. I don't know how appropriate it is to kind of hash out the details of what an agreement would look like in this meeting. I feel like we're doing this backwards. I mean, I'm glad we're getting to some kind of a consensus, it appears, but we're doing this backwards. I wish those two guys, you two, maybe a board member or two from I wish one of their board members would have showed up today, right? Okay, good. But I wish this conversation would have happened at a table where we didn't have to drag all these parents and kids who have school tomorrow, right? But I do think that, at least from my opinion, is if I'd be in favor of trying to work an agreement out for in the next 30 days. That doesn't mean I'm going to agree to it, because I think that there are some big concerns, and yes, we've touched upon management and fiscal responsibility, but we kind of glossed over the academics, but I mean, those are kind of a big part too. So I mean, I think that there are going to have to be some language in the academic portion, in addition with fiscal, and the governance is going to have to be heavily discussed. And I think that there should be at least 2 members. I think we can only have 2 members from our board, part of those discussions too, so that at least they can be privy to those conversations. And I invite their board to as well, because I'm assuming they're going to have to sign off on whatever agreement should we be able to come to one in the next 30 days. But I think once everyone on the board gets a chance to speak, I really don't feel comfortable hashing out details on an agreement. But I would like assuming for liability purposes, and we're not going to break any state laws, and we're not going to jeopardize our responsibility in answering them in a timely fashion, I would hope that we could figure this out in the next 30 days or sooner.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
I'm with Mr. Lee. I don't want to be negotiating off the dais and to the podium. I don't think that's proper. If we do this and we're still within our 60-day time frame, is that correct? If we're able, or do we have to have some sort of motion tonight to do something?
We need to have, actually probably is supposed to be in writing, technically, agreement to extend this decision by 30 days, and that would need to come from Encore.
Okay. Okay.
Because it's on the record. But what I guess what I want to make sure it's clear is that, yeah, the terms are not agreed to. This is just an extension.
And it's an extension.
With the intent of what we talked about is possibly coming up with an agreement that it would be a 1 year and then they would agree to revoke or whatever.
Can you at least tell me what the general, I don't want specific terms of it is, but what are we going to do? We're going to either look at material revision? No, not material revision at all. Change in leadership? And if you can't speak to that now, that's fine.
No, that's great, and that's just what I was saying to Dina. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to speak to that at this time. I think there's been a lot talked about this evening.
All right.
I think staff, along with the board, would have to get together and talk about expectations before. I wouldn't want to rule anything out.
And so, all right, I'm okay with that, and I'm good, but I don't want to see this again. I don't want to go through this again. So whatever we come up with, I don't want to have this repeated. We are doing this tonight to get to a resolution. And I don't want to be back here again. Does everybody understand that? We're doing this for you to try to help get the school back. Please don't come back and tell us we didn't try.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Lock-Dawson. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alvey. And to echo my colleagues' points on this, I just wanted to specifically address what Trustee Hunt had said earlier, because I feel your frustration, and I know where you're coming from, and I think we're all concerned about that. But I just want to reiterate that all we're agreeing to is something that we ourselves as a district had requested, an additional 30 days. We are not extrapolating and predicting what the outcome of that 30 days will be. So my point is I think the concerns you're bringing up, those things we need to revisit at that point, not necessarily right now. And does this require a formal motion for us on the board? Okay. So I mean, I don't know if you're sure. Yeah.
Mr. Hunt.
It might be a good idea now and then to ask our superintendent who oversees our district, his professional, and Superintendent of the Year, by the way, in California last year. Good man. We're proud to have him, and he's done a lot. Dr. Hanson, would you please weigh in? And this is I look to you for guidance, so thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. And I want to commend our school board for spending such time tonight diligently studying this. We were excited when Encore came to our city 5 years ago, and we have done our best to make this work. You heard the concerns that have occurred with our staff over the last several years. It actually is shameful that we're here tonight. It shows a lack of leadership for a really good program. So I'm glad that Encore is willing tonight to give us a 30-day extension to hash this out. I want to also remind the board what our chief business officer said. If we decide to we just went through $11.3 million worth of cuts ourselves. The governor just lowered COLA. We're in the process right now of finding additional cuts, and we've talked about, matter of fact, it's on the agenda tonight, particular kinds of service for layoffs. If we take this on, they're 1.2 million in the hole, or 400,000 in the hole, depending what number is. They're not even close to being at that 3% reserve. So as a district, if we take this on, we're going to be going and looking for additional cuts to the 11.3 million that we've already had. So be very careful about what we agree to in the next 30 days and listen to our chief business officer who's helping us stay fiscally sound, because we are not going to show such irresponsible and poor leadership or governance. We did not have to be here this evening, And I agree with the comments that have been said tonight by a few of our trustees. So those are my comments, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Is there anything further you need to say?
Assignment, and I don't know if it works, Ms. Kish, but they've sold their receivables. We were told that July would be the, that would have to be, everything has to come our way. Everything. I'm not going to take everything, and I'm not going to, I mean, oh, you know, just, and I'm not even saying I'm going to vote for it, but I'm willing, because of these young people and the terrible position they're in, but as Dr. Hansen said, thanks to you and Dr. Hansen's leadership, we were able to balance our budget. We cut $11 million. The state of California has not given us much. And by the way, I've been on this board 12 years. My first 3 months were wonderful. The next 3 years, we cut $105 million out of a $450 million budget. We're still right about around there. We're operating in 2013 dollars in 2020. So that's, I have to think about that. My colleagues have to think about that. This is going to be difficult. I'm putting it on you and the accountants, but I won't accept anything with all love for their vision if we don't have total control.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Eller.
Mr. Hodnett.
I feel like an injustice to the students at Encore happened due to the lack of leadership. I guess that's what I'm hearing. And I don't know, I just feel like that's not right. Like, what the students at Encore, like, what can they do about this? Are they just to sit and just watch the, I guess, the adults take care of business while they can, like, potentially lose their haven? You know, I don't know. Like, what can the students at Encore do? Nothing? If, 'cause I'm sure they would love to save their school, so, like, what can they do?
I think you voiced it very well. I think you voiced the frustration very well, Mr. Hodnett. Okay, we now have left it in the capable hands of lawyers and administration to come back to us within 30 days.
I could just, I just want, because we don't have it in writing, I asked council to make a formal statement on the record that he
Yes.
has authorization for this.
Please.
Yeah, for the school board of Encore, I am waiving our right to a decision tonight and allowing another 30 days before that decision must be made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Can we
I will
take
n-
a break?
We will
Ms.
now
Salovey?
take a 5-minute break.
She'll enjoy that. Yeah, right? Yeah. John Kurt.
Hi, have you been here this whole time?
Oh, man. Go.
Mr. Hunt? Mrs. Lockdawson? Dr. Farouk? I'm calling all my lost board members. That's okay. I would like to draw to our board's attention that we are now past the time that we usually adjourn, and I would like to ask for an extension.
Thank you, President Malaby, for that, and thank you for the time allotted for this important. I would like to move, and if Dr. Hanson can weigh in, I would think what we have left will take at least half an hour, I would think.
I would think so.
So I would move that we, let's go to 11, what the heck, you know?
Okay.
All right, that's my
I have a
motion.
motion.
Can I just interject? The particular kinds of services and action item, it needs to be done tonight to meet the March 15th deadline. The LCAP needs to be done today to meet the county deadline. All these things are on the agenda. The one thing that we probably could table is the college and career indicator, part 2. You had part 1 last time, but those other items I think is going to take us at least an hour. So it probably is going to even go past 11.
Well, let's move for 11. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mrs. Lockdawson seconds. Please vote. We're keeping our, thank you, that does pass. We're keeping our student board member very late. I hope you don't have a lot of homework tonight.
That's all good.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We are now to public comments, so I have 3 cards. The first one is Matt Jade, Jeide. I did call 2 people who put in board comments. I did call you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Is Matt Jade in here? Okay, he's not in here. You certainly may. Ms. Pepper, it's your turn for public comment.
Well, it's hard to know what to comment on. So many things happened tonight. That's okay. I can use this. Isn't this working? Why are you putting that near me? It doesn't have a mic on it. Thanks. So one of the things that was really interesting tonight is you ripping into these people for their fiscal irresponsibility. You know what? Well, there was a lot of ripping on that went tonight. And I can't speak to that. Maybe they were not good at what they did. It sounded like they were spending the money on the kids. And I'm not the only one in the audience who listened to you talk about their fiscal irresponsibility who's going, oh my gosh, these people, how dare they talk about other people's fiscal irresponsibility? I watched you guys approve not a resolution, which is required by state law, but a recommendation by Mays Caucus that you create a revolving cash account for an unlimited number of unnamed administrators and all principals, and you didn't follow the state law. And I sent you an email about it. I cited the state law, and you ignored it because it's just another way to move money around, which is what you guys have been doing. Another thing you did that's fiscally irresponsible is you don't want to talk about deferred maintenance. And when Rich Davis and his wife came and tried to talk about that, they were interrupted by Dr. Farouk. Oh, we don't want to talk about deferred maintenance. All the things we haven't been doing with the money while we've been doing things we want to do instead. And so you're planning to use the Measure O money on deferred maintenance, but you are not allowed to do that. It's not legal. And that's why you interrupted me, Mrs. Alivi, when I was trying to talk about Measure O as it relates to these people and what's happening to them. That's why you interrupted me. And then everybody got mad because they thought, oh, I wasn't going to talk about this problem with this school. But it's directly related to it. Because you guys do what you want to do with the money. You don't care if it's legal or not, but you're going to hold these people to very specific laws It's only when you and your friends want to use the money in a way that isn't legal that then it's okay. We don't have to follow the law. So all these laws you're following and holding these people to, it's hypocritical. You were hypocritical tonight. Thank you.
Tony Perez? Oh, I'm sorry. Tony, could you wait just a minute? Matt, I'm sorry, I didn't see you here.
No problem. I was interrupted there.
Sorry.
Anyways, hey, thank you for taking time to listen to me here. I'm basically here to say grass isn't greener, especially at King High School. And what I'm talking about is the fields. We got some fields that are in deplorable, very, very poor condition out there. And I know you're talking about more budget cuts, but we definitely need some attention. There's even parents that are volunteering to step out to the base. I'm not sure what the liability concerns are about parents coming out to help to level out the field. But for example, I'm not sure if I can hand you the picture. This is a picture of my daughter's shoe sticking straight up out of a hole in the field on the soccer field.
Can we see
Okay.
that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So I sent a message to Mr. West, and a little dirt was sprinkled on it. That's about it. The holes were still there. It wasn't until I posted on social media, then all of a sudden these holes miraculously got fixed through here. We can do a lot better for our kids. Here's some comments from the community members as well from that post. King's baseball boosters and parents have invested well over $10,000 in the last 3 years on the baseball fields just for the district to shut our water down and kill it every summer. Recently, the district came out and fixed our sprinklers that have caused flooding over the last few years and leveled the field. But get this, we had to purchase a seed and a topper. I think it's time for all parents to speak up and get our fields up to the level they should be. Look at our schools in Riverside, they look great, such a shame. Grass fields area at King have always been horrible. As an opposing baseball coach, we dreaded playing there. As assistant girls basketball coach at King, I cringed on preseason conditioning days out on those fields. It is deplorable. Another member wrote, looks like a sandlot more than a high school playing field with ankle, knee injuries, and opportunities everywhere. Another member wrote, I am saddened to see that these fields are still in that shape. I graduated from King in '09 and was in marching band all 4 years. During our practices, we would march in those holes, and even when they were flooded into puddles. It made learning our drills very difficult unless we were on the main stadium, which we were only allowed once a week. I know the band is under a different director now, so I cannot say if they still use those fields or not. But those instruments are very expensive to repair, and we would always have students falling and either hurting themselves and or their equipment. Then the last comment I had emailed to me, regarding MLK, RUSD charged groups to use the facilities. However, very little of that money goes back to the site. I recommend speaking to the board and asking for accounting on how this money is used. The sites that are used a lot like Miller, MLK, and other high schools make a lot of money for the district. Miller was rented by, I'll redact the church's name, for 6 years. This same church made repairs and improvements to the school, paid a substantial amount in rent, but the school received a pittance. That money should go back to the facility that generates the income. Thank you.
Thank you. I will have Mr. San Martin, could I have you reach out and answer some of his questions? Thank you. Yes?
Since our operations committee is still a week from Thursday, I would like to ask that Mr. Sam Martin put this on our agenda and report to the ops committee on these things.
Can we still do that? Okay, we will put that on our agenda. Thank you.
And I think the band's supposed to be used, and that's why we did artificial turf, but that's where it started.
Thank you. Mr. Perez.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Mr. Hodnick. Well represented. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. I'd also like to commend Trustee Hunt and Trustee Farouk for making it a priority to extend the comment period allowed by that very passionate group from Encore. It's very important that they're heard on this. So well done, gentlemen. Thank you. Our East Side community would have benefited from the same consideration at the last meeting. It's bittersweet to hear the board's passionate support for the Encore students because I want that for my students on the East Side as well. Back in November, I brought some concerns to the board about our updated NGSS standards that are coming out with the state and our lack of preparation for it, and the need for my site, North High School, to be updated and renovated to better prepare ourselves for that. And at that time, the board had requested some reports, a report about science at North, and as well as a report about other sites in the district and their level of readiness for this upcoming endeavor. That was back in November. In December, I inquired about the reports, hoping to hear some feedback and maybe some board impressions on what they had learned, and was responded by saying that a personal visit would be made to our school. And to my knowledge, I only know of one failed attempt to schedule that visit, and it's been 3.5 months since our East Side community students were told that they were a priority. And to my experience, that hasn't been shown. I'm spoken to publicly and privately about why things are the way they are, and promised about how things are going to be different, but the reality of it is nothing is different, and it's disheartening. So I eagerly await the board's interest to come to fruition. I have confidence in the board, but I am very frustrated as well. The students at my school deserve more. At my school, students are there. They live at my school. They're there all the time, daytime, nighttime. They deserve a nice place to be. And they're not being provided with that. We are not on the same level as other schools, and it's not fair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perez. Now, Freddie, it's consent time.
Thank you. I motion to approve the consent calendar without item H2.
Mr. Hunt seconds. Please vote. All right, thank you. That does pass. And now I will hear a motion for H2.
So moved, Mrs. Alavi.
Mr. Hunt moves. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Dr. Farouk seconds. Please vote. Okay, thank you very much. That does pass. And now we're to the action portion of the calendar. Let's talk about the reduction or discontinuance of particular kinds of certificated services. Ms. Ibarra.
Good evening, President Alavi, Dr. Hansen, members of the board. I'm here before you tonight to go over one of our annual resolutions, and I'm going to go a little bit off script as I discussed. This resolution and what we're asking for the request tonight is for you to approve the reduction or discontinuance of particular kinds of certificated services. There are components legally through Ed Code sections 44949 and 44955 that permit the Board of Education to reduce or discontinue particular kinds of services not later than the beginning of the following school year. This, as you know, is the resolution I bring forward that tells you any areas of service that we are looking at possible reductions in. So it has been found the following service to be reduced or discontinued constitute particular kinds of service within the meaning of Education Code 44955. So the following particular kinds of service shall be reduced or discontinued as of the end of 2019-2020 school year. Now, this is our first step. As you know, every year I come with particular kinds of service, and this gives you areas in which we may cut. That means they might get the preliminary notice on March 15th for any form of a cut, but we have until May 15th to actually take action. There could still be retirements and or other shifts in fundings. But currently, right now, we are in the need of looking at reductions in the following areas. General education teachers, 5. Science, 1. Choir, 0.4, that's 2 sections. Physical education, 1.0. Special education, moderate, severe, 1.0. And then it says school psychologist, 208 days. I want to pause there and explain what that is. That is not cutting a 1.0 in a school psychologist. That is actually taking the position and cutting days, because all of our other school psychologists are 208. This school psychologist has been on a different schedule, and in order to reduce their year, we have to notice them by that March 15th. This is something that's been in the act for a year. The person is completely aware that they'll be what we call right-sized. So though it says a total of 9.4, it really is only a total of 8.4, because we do not have any plans to notice any kind of formal release of that 1.0 for school psychologists. So at this point, we do bring this to you for you to.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. We're going to be cutting, this is because of declining enrollment, or, okay.
There's a multitude of things, but yes, declining enrollment is one area in which we do have to look at. There's areas of shift in funding. So declining enrollment can also impact the specific school sites funding. We've also, the past few years, had the luxury of over-allocating certain schools and certain staffing, and we really are in trimming in the sense that we are right-sizing to ensure that we stay fiscally solvent.
Is this a particular, it says one, science, is this Earhart's losing a science teacher, or is this just collectively, or?
It's collectively, so I
It equals up to one?
It does. It equals up to 1.0 within our district. So there's a number of schools that are actually losing, but because we've had retirements already come in, we were started at about 21 FTEs about a month ago. We've gotten down to 9.4 in the last 4 weeks due to retirements that have come in, other notifications of people leaving, some shifts in funds. So remember, this is the preliminary. This is just to authorize us to be able to move forward with preliminary notification. Final does not come till May, and historically, we've been able to come back before you with either 0 and or just sections.
But
sorry.
This is, sorry, Ms. Selvey, pardon me. And this is motivated, though, as Dr. Hansen said, by the March 15th legal notification. Yes. So when you're ready, I will be glad to.
Dr. Hansen.
Yeah, just to emphasize what Ms. Ibarra said, you heard it start out at 20, we're down to 9, and not everyone has told us that they're not going to return. So if teachers decide not to return, have a modal subject, if the choir position, if we have a choir teacher leave, that number will decrease to where, as Kylie said, we might not have anyone that is laid off come the end of the school year, but we needed to get ahead of this March 15th deadline.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, you were going to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am, and I commend the staff and Mrs. Assistant Superintendent Ibarra for the report, and I would move to approve the resolution number 2019-2020-38, reduction of, or discontinuance of particular kinds of certificated services.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Farouk. Please vote. Mr. Hunt? Thank you. That does pass.
I'm actually here for the next one. So
Okay.
President Alavi, Dr. Hansen, I'm going to continue on. The next is a second part to that particular kinds of service. What we have is this resolution is for the Board of Education to approve the tie-breaking criteria for 2019-2020. So by law, I will read you the criteria to be used. A teaching credential to teach in an identified district shortage area, a teacher supplementary authorization or teacher subject matter authorization. C, bilingual cross-cultural language and academic development certificate. Most of us know that as a BCLAD and or the cross-cultural language academic development certificate, CLAD. D, earned degrees beyond the Bachelor's of Arts or Bachelor's of Science level. E, preliminary multiple subject teaching credential or preliminary single subject credential. Teaching credential or clear teaching credential, life and teaching credential, prior contracted certificated experience with the district, and prior classified employment services to the district. You have before you also the application of how we would use that defined criteria, and by law, I do not need to read that to you, but it just enables you to know that there are points given based on those criteria. So what that means is if we actually have a teacher in a specific core subject area, that, and I'll give you the example of dual language immersion. Let's say they have the lowest because they have an elementary multiple subjects credential. Let's say one in one of those, in the B-cladded component, that would give them a criteria to be skipped. It's a tiebreaker and or skipping criteria because we have a very specific need for that teacher, and someone who just has a multiple, not just, because I have a multiple subjects, but who has a multiple subjects credential, but not a B-clad on top of that, could not go into that class.
Thank you. Mrs. Lock-Dawson?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Remind us again, Mrs. Ibarra, how, if our teachers weigh in on this criteria, or is this something, and has it deviated from previous years, or is this the one that I think we've approved this particular one in the past?
Yes, yes, this is basically, I come before you annually. There are some different components in the actual skipping criteria that we've added, not just tie-breaking, skipping criteria, because we had more than 5 with elementary, but this is normal protocol that you do see routine annually, and the teachers do not weigh in the skipping. We have worked with the actual attorneys who specialize in what's called reduction in force layoffs, and CTA is aware. So example, Sherry Scott, who is the CTA representative, she is aware of our skipping and has received it.
All right, thank you. Do we need a motion to approve?
Yes, we do.
All right, I move approval.
And it's been moved by Mrs. Lock-Dawson, seconded by Mr. Lee. Please vote. And that does pass.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a recommendation due to our late hour that we proceed with LCAP, but we delay the district priority college and career study to a later date.
I'd move that.
Thank you. You will.
Do we have to vote on it?
I think so.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, well then we will proceed with our LCAP, and that is, yes, that won't go there. Okay, we're all set.
Great. Good evening or good night, Board President Alavi, Dr. Hansen, esteemed board members. Have any cards?
No, we're good.
Okay.
We're good.
I'm going to have an opportunity tonight to talk with you about a new timeline for the LCAP. You have a binder in front of you. That binder has some information with respect to the presentation. You've got a copy of that in the binder. Top considerations that the staff is recommending. Some ideas for potential 21-22 actions, and then all of the actions and services that currently exist in the LCAP. So that's the resources you have in front of you for the presentation. There's 2 things that I'd like us to consider for tonight. Remember, this is a 3-year plan that we're looking at, and it is aligned to the district goals. In fact, it implements the district goals because there are 3 LCAP goals, and supported by our priorities that the board has established, which the staff has intentionally presented on over the last 4 months so that we would be able to review some of the actions and services. For tonight, I'm asking you to consider our recommendations for next year. We're recommending very minimal changes, and we'll talk more about that. And then secondly, if you are able to provide any feedback for 21-22 so we can start working on a changed timeline and actions and services in that timeline. So that changed timeline you'll see on the screen, and essentially it's a little bit different for us because in the past we have looked for revisions in the very next year and immediately have hastily tried to put those revisions into place, and sometimes that is not occurring till later in the year because of how quickly we have to adjust the plan. So we're recommending that we look at expanded services for 21-22 now, which is over a year out. And then for the very next year that we look for potential highest priority needs and reductions. In year one then, we would be asking for recommended changes to be approved by the board. So let me talk a little bit more about how we establish what we're recommending to the board as just a reminder. Our goals, actions, and service are informed in two ways, one of which is looking at our data and potential gaps in that data. So Dr. Sosa and the team have presented this data at multiple board meetings, but now you see it all together in one data sheet. And you do see some gaps in two areas of suspensions for foster youth and American Indians, and then another gap area in students with disabilities, college and career. And those are the areas you see red, just as a reminder. The second way that it informs the development of what we're recommending to you this evening is through stakeholder feedback. So stakeholders would mean for us our teachers, our administrators, our students. We had over 30 listening sessions and engagement for our LCAP, and you'll notice that feedback has developed certain themes. These themes are consistent with the previous year, and they are addressed in our current plan already. So I just wanted to make note of that. So when you notice what the staff is recommending for needed areas of increase, you'll see that some of those areas that have been themed by our stakeholder engagement are not addressed in the top considerations, but that's because there is a large allocation in the LCAP currently. The areas that we are recommending for the 2021 school year and beyond are social emotional services, equity professional development, and security and safety. To look at those a little more detailed, you can either follow along on the slide, or you'll see that what is depicted on the screen on your second red tab. So you can look at that a little bit more detailed. The first one is the Wellness Initiative, and you'll see action and services for 3 years there. And notice in the first year, it's just a portion of that in Wellness Initiative. The second one are the green, and this is on page 12 of your binder. You'll see equity professional development. This is a high priority, and we know that the board has been consistently directing staff to amply provide training in a couple of areas. One is for inclusive practices, which you've heard us say all means all, and this is to train our teachers in those practices that Ms. Reno Frosto has presented on through our tiered system of support. Secondly, that we are training around culture proficiency, and so you'll see that total there. And then finally, you'll see 3-year for security and safety, and we are recommending that for the 2021 school year, we maintain the level of funding that currently exists in the LCAP, but then for the next 2 years, we would increase that funding so we can go into the next phase of implementation for safety and security. What does that look like on our timeline? If you look at the timeline then, I want to remind the board of a rule that we have seemed to had put into place in the last few years, and it looks like with respect to the budget that it will continue, and that is anything that we request to add to the LCAP, we have to find an equal amount of reduction. So looking at the current year, we are again adjusting this timeline, and we're making very minimal recommendations for changes in the 20 and 21 school year. And then we're also going to be talking about what we would want further research or direction from the board on for the 21 and 22 school year. So looking at this timeline in particular on year one, you'll see adding the wellness initiative actions that staff's recommending, and then also the equity professional development would be an added expense at $399 Okay, and I'm on page 8, just to help. Okay. So because we would be recommending that addition, we would also have to be reducing that same $399 in what currently exists in our plan. In addition to that, we would be having to reduce a $450,000 impact on the LCAP, which you will see in the second interim report coming up on March 10th board meeting. And that is because of decline enrollment, and that is the impact that decline enrollment has had on the LCAP. So a total of 849,000 total reductions for this very next school year is what we're recommending to the board. How we would manage that in what currently exists internally in our budget is through the 3 bullets you see below, one of which is shared leadership. We're recommending a reduction to shared leadership. It is our structure. We have done some excellent work through Dr. Lewis's Curriculum and Instruction Division, and we think that we can reduce that because we've begun to develop a synergy behind the work. As well as instructional rounds, we've funded a great deal of instructional rounds. Sites would still have the ability to do so, but at the district level, we would make a reduction there. And then finally, the sliding scale for preschool. I don't want anyone to get stressed out because we know that preschool is a very high priority for us in the district, but we are recommending, because the state raised the cap for preschool, that we have $75,000 additional funding in that area to be able to reduce. So there's no reduction in program. I just want to make note of that. So that's the first years. And we would, to begin with, like to hear if that sounds suitable to the board or if there are other ideas, and then I'll talk through the next 2 years and what we're hoping to get feedback on from the board.
Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Carmenday, Chief Academic Officer Carmenday. For the record, and all, would you explain raise the cap on preschool so we have that on record?
The state, do you want to do it? Go ahead.
How about Jackie? I don't know.
Actually, Dr. Lewis will respond to that since he has oversight.
So what they have done in pre-K is typically, even if you were at a high poverty school, if you were not qualified based on the cap, you'd still have to pay for your student to go. And with the current legislation, what they have done is if you're at a school with over 80% free and reduced lunch, regardless of your income, your students are able to attend for free. So it's a huge advantage that we, through our work with Mr. Nieto and his leadership, believe that those students who are currently paying will be able to be accommodated.
And that's why I wanted you to tell us, because that is a good thing. How many of our schools are at 80%, though?
With preschool, I'd have to go back and check.
Okay, but I imagine Longfellow and Liberty and some of those. Thank you, sir. And lastly, if just because I'm going to ask about it, would you describe for the next years 2 and 3, and maybe Mr. Walker will help on this, but security and safety, what exactly are you defining that to be, and what are we adding as part of our Raptor program, and so on and so forth? Thank you,
So
Mrs. Allen.
since we're jumping into year 2 and year 3, I do want to point out, if we are able to add the wellness initiative recommendations, the equity professional development, and the safety, we would also be expected to find the funds within our budget as well. And so this is where it's a little bit different than what we've done in the past, and I will answer your question, Trustee Hunt, but before that, I just want to explain the process piece for us and why this is different this evening. So if the board says, okay, that seems like what we need to be working on in the next 2 years, then staff would actually go back and have a discussion about where we would find the allocation of $2 million with respect to whether it be in professional development, intervention, or anything across the district. And over a period of time, we would bring this back to you, and it would be the board's discretion whether we say that's more important or less important with respect to where we obtain the funds. So specifically to the question about year 2 and year 3 for safety, Mr. Hunt, if you refer to page 13 in your binder, you'll see very specific information about safety and security, or security and safety. So if, Mr. Walker, Assistant Superintendent Walker, if you want to give any elaboration on that?
Mr. Hunt, you remember that we created a blueprint for school safety and security last year and brought that forward in regard to some initial implementations, including the Raptor program, the badges that we now wear that will be key ready as we move doors into a more secure scenario. So as we get into this, your natural next things in line would be brought back as recommendations. There's an enhancement to the Raptor program along with some other ongoing costs for a yearly basis as we use the Raptor program, and things have to be replaced along the lines. Sure. And then also ongoing ALICE training. We also have vape detectors that we are looking down the road in regard to putting into our bathrooms, much like smoke detectors in the past. Enhancing our ability to keep up with technology and the creative ways in which students can bring into the schools our marijuana that is in different forms now, and to keep up with ensuring that they're in a safe environment where we're as savvy in regard to holding them accountable to use on schools as any other options that we would want to make sure we have for a safe and secure environment for our children. So those are just a few of the things. Obviously, another SRO would be a great addition to the program that we have in place in collaboration with the Riverside Police Department. The number of threat assessments that we do on a yearly basis and the amount of time that the police are pulled away from their assignments as supports to our schools is increasing. We would like to see a dedicated SRO to threat assessments because they're timely. They're all over the district. They have to travel to the home to do the STAR protocol. So that's one of the enhancements that we're looking for down the road.
May I ask, and I don't know if you and Mrs. Kakish, but I know the city of Riverside has been on us, they want us to pay for a portion of the crossing guards and all that, and we were going back and forth. Do we reflect that in here, or where might that be at this time?
Currently, yeah, we are on a 3-year phasing plan. 10% of the cost this year is in the budget already.
Okay.
And then 25% will be in next year and up to 50% for the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
And that's already incorporated in the budget.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker, I was reading this morning in the LA Times that CTA has come out against active shooter drills. Have you taken a look at that?
I have taken a look at that. The active shooter drills are different than the active shooter trainings. So drills are being done at many schools where they're actually demonstrating through the actions of an evacuation or a shelter in place, depending on what's called. And it's been seen as something that's a little traumatizing to students. The key here would be to ensure that everyone is aware of the steps for the ALICE training, and that the sheltering in place is done only in a very dire situation where they've done the training, they talk about the training, and then we don't necessarily do active drills per se, but hold that for when there's an actual emergency.
But the ALICE training is for students?
The ALICE training for now is concentrating on staff, and then the next implementation phase would be to move ALICE training to all the students throughout the school system.
I'd be interested in knowing what CTA thought of that.
Yeah.
Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Alvey. So I want to commend you, Lynn, on the thoughtful, Ms. Carmende, I should say, for the thoughtful way you're approaching all of this. I think that's these are very delicate situations, and the timing and everything. So thank you for all your leadership there. So I know with Prop 13 that there's priority funds as it relates to wellness and with security and safety. Wellness is, I think, is straightforward in this context. With security and safety, does the nature of the programs that Mr. Walker is expressing, Does this align with the Prop 13, or is Prop 13 more referring to the physical, or exclusively, I should say, the physical aspects of security to create prioritization of projects?
Ms. Kakish.
So, Proposition 13 really is referring to facilities dollars and prioritization of facilities projects that will incorporate the safety and wellness in that project. So it's
Right, but the safety in these programmatic kind of ways, like,
the training would not be funded.
but do any of these aspects in this relate to that, or is it just exclusively the physical facilities?
Some of what Mr. Walker just mentioned, like the locking doors, for example, if we were to build a project that we incorporate doors that have the mechanism to be locked systematically within
That would
school,
count.
that would qualify for something like this. Doing the badge to be able to open that would not. So some segments of the safety plan could be incorporated, but not all of it.
Okay, but operations subcommittees, that's an overlay that they're being very intentional about on the safety, so that we have more prioritization, I mean.
They are discussing that at the next operations subcommittee.
Thank you, that's all.
One of the things that I was kind of sad not to see outlined is any steps to sort of move us down the VAPA plan. It's been 2 years now that we haven't made any additions to our VAPA plan. And I was hoping that we might be willing to consider putting some form of VAPA growth onto the next year's LCAP.
For clarification, that would be the 21-22
Yes.
school year.
Yes.
Okay, that would be something that we can bring back to you. So this
Right. I'm not sure what portion of the VAPA plan might be most appropriate, whether it would be, say, a music pilot in elementary grades, or whether it would be just a segment of the VAPA plan. But I'd like to see some growth in the VAPA area.
So can I, thank you. So we will take note on that. And let me just explain the two asks for tonight. One is the immediate small changes that we're recommending to the board for the very next school year.
Mm-hmm.
We found the reductions for those in areas that do not touch any personnel. And we would like to get a nod from the board to be able to pursue that, one. So the second one then is along the lines of what you're discussing, and we welcome any petition or request from the board, which would be if there are areas in which you feel we should be looking at that are, in addition to wellness initiative, the equity, professional development, and safety, we'd like to hear from you, because then staff will go back. We will look at where we might find adjustments, or we would look at what that change might look like for our district as far as program elements, and then we would bring it back to you. And I just want to point out the timeline for that for you. Our goal would be, if there are things that, important topics, actions, and services that you recommend for us to review, look at, plan for, we would bring back some initial thoughts May 5th, again August 18th, and then by October 20th, we would actually make some direct intentional recommendations for the following school year, 21-22. A lot different than the past. You'll notice it's not rushed. It will be very deliberative, and the board won't just get a recommendation on October. It would be that you're hearing about our thoughts as we review and look into your recommendations.
And I appreciate that. After, you know, a couple of rushed years of LCAP, we appreciate this new calendar. Mr. Lee.
Two things. One for you, Mrs. Alavi. So, I mean, I'm in agreement if we can try to implement the plan that we spent a lot of time putting in place. And I think that would be beneficial to a lot of kids, especially in light of today's meeting. I'm just curious, though, for next year, there's staff some suggestions of adding $2 million for the wellness initiative, the equity professional development, and the safety plan, part of the safety plan. So are you saying in addition to that, so it would be more than $2 million, or are you reprioritizing that VAPA plan?
So may I May I
Yes,
answer
please.
that? What we would do is recommend those areas, and if it would be, we would also bring back what it would look like to move forward with the next phase of the arts plan, if that's the only other area that's being recommended. And then at our next conversation with the board, you can actually weigh in on your thoughts about, is that more important than something that we're having to recommend for reduction? So this is not a night of commitment for 21, 22. In fact, we will be submitting our plan in year 2 and year 3, consistent with what currently exists, which we have yielded some great growth in. And we'll be continuing to look at monitoring that and finding if there's places we can make adjustments. So just to be a little bit more concise, Trustee Lee, there's no commitment, and it would be up to the board whether we replace one of the recommendations from staff or whether we add to it, and what it would be, where we would make the reduction, and see which one of those is most important to the board. It would be your decision.
Okay. And then my second question, I know it's not on here, and I know we discussed a little bit, but the last LCAP, in light of the cuts, one of the recommendations was to get rid of the is it 1.2?
1.2
For core knowledge, just because of the timing and allow them to plan for the next year. So I know that the plan is not to include that in the LCAP for next year. Just curious what conversations have taken place over the last year to make sure that those schools are still supported in some fashion. Kind of what resolution was made, and knowing that those were going to be potentially not included in the LCAP this year.
So I think two things out of curriculum instruction. We have worked with the sites, and they have come up with several different alternatives to the plans that we have reviewed through the instructional team. The biggest support is going to be, we will have to work through our ELA team to support all of our adoptions for core materials. And we will have to work collectively with those schools to figure out how we can support. Two of them being they receive additional dollars, they may find alternative ways to support, which are part of their single plans, one being not. So that is something we will continue to work together once those decisions are made and we're moving forward.
All right. Yeah, I'd just like to get maybe a little bit more information on that. I just want to make sure we're not just, we just didn't push the problem down a year, and that there are some strategies in place to make sure, because I know there's, requests back also asking about, I know as part of our LCAP pen in the past about doing a potential expansion into middle school, and there were some discussions. And I know that's still in the queue with academic oversight, I believe. So just get some update and clarity on that.
Very good. If we don't have, yes?
I'm sorry, so there's no action, I just need to know if for the very next school year we can begin to write our plan, because remember, our district has done a very good job applying for FastPass, which is why this is more of an urgent matter. We can make preparations for writing the plan. And then as far as discussions for any other actions and services that the board would like us to examine, that would be for the following year.
For the following. Are we all in agreement that we can move ahead with the plan?
You just need direction, right?
Yes,
it's
just
found
need
in there.
direction.
Yeah.
We all good? Good. You've got the green light.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. And now we have come to agenda for future meetings. Ms. Pepper?
I think it would be very instructive to do sort of a show and tell, where you have a graphic that could be put up that everybody could see, everybody on the board, that would show people what is in the 2016 Facilities Master Plan. And then I would ask each of you to point to what page on that master plan shows the UCR STEM High School. And in addition to that graphic, you could have a graphic of the exact language in Prop 39 that talks about the certified project list. that voters are supposed to be given, and that's what you can spend the bond money on. We keep talking to you about this, and I think that having a demonstration where you can all take turns and point to the page where the UCR STEM school is shown in the 2016 Facilities Master Plan, because maybe if you had to point to where it is, you would finally be forced to admit you're breaking the law. That's my idea for the next agenda, a show and tell where you show everybody in the audience where the UCR STEM school is in that 2016 Facilities Master Plan.
Thank you for that wonderful suggestion.
I know you won't like it. I know it won't happen.
Okay, we have now come to future meetings. Do I have anybody that needs to make something, bring something up for a future meeting?
I would like, and Miss Pepper is an attorney, and she continues to say that a lot of things, but one of them is that we are not allowed to spend our Measure O monies by building a campus on UCR land in cooperation. I want that answered clearly. I think if it's right, we need to talk about it. If it's wrong, I want to be sure we have it on record. So I would like that. It didn't be a board meeting, ma'am. It could be at our operations. I would think that's probably better. But I would like that answered because I'm tired of being called a criminal. And without, excuse me, Ms. Pepper, you know that I have respect, please. Come on. I know you don't, ma'am. And I'm in a big crowd with that, I know. So, but I would like it on our ops committee. We continue to be told this. Ms. Pepper hasn't brought forward I mean, she's an attorney trained. She hasn't brought forward the statute which we're violating. And so, please, Ms. it doesn't do me any good, Mrs. Alavi. We know what's going to happen out there, but I would like that at our ops. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Do I have any other suggestions for future meeting agenda topics? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.